아, 그냥 일단 틀어만 놓을게요. 아, 들어왔습니다. 저도 할 일이 많아가지고요. 뭐지? 디스콜레이션 왜 실행이 안 되지? 야, 너 왜 이러니? 어디 실행됐다. 스팅 화면에서 안 바뀌는데? 윈도우 캡처라 그러네. 아우, 안녕하세요, 여러분. 흐차. 뭐 할까요? 시키는 대로 하겠습니다. 뭘로 하고 싶으시냐니까. 그래서 어떻게 할까를 얘기하고 있는데 아무도 말씀을 안 하셔서 밥이나 먹고 있습니다. 이게 아무도 선택 안 하니까 중대 그냥 두뇌파 합니다. 두뇌파. 그레이나 몰트인데 겨자씨야? 음. 음. 저도 자주 그래요. 술 먹고 속주에 이렇게 일어나는 거죠. 야, 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 야. 음. 뭐 보시는 분들이 뭐라고 반응을 해야 뭘 하지. 옷을 입었습니다. 음. 일단 좀 사람처럼 살아보자. 음. 네, 지금은 그냥 게임하고 있습니다. 왜냐면 여러분이 저한테 뭘 물어보시려고 오시려면 뭐 적어도 5시는 돼야 될 것 같아서. 아, 재킷, 셔츠, 모자. 아니, 안쪽에 잠겨있으면 뭐 어쩌라는 거야? 그런 거 아니야? 그 안쪽이 뭡니까? 아, 근데 보는 사람도 없고 얘기도 안 하시고 이거. 감성 매체. 아, 오랜만이가 기억이 안 나네 이거 참. 이게 스페이스였구나. 지각이. 지각이 스페이스였어요, 여러분. 빨리 그냥 갈지 아니면 이것저것 다 해볼지. 사실 이것도 하라는 대로 하는 건데 아무도 말씀 안 하시는군요. 슬픈 노래가 담긴 테이프를 찾아보자. 지능계로 하니까 좀 이게 좀 재밌네. 교과서적이면 머릿속에 다 말해주고 얼마나 좋아 이거. 요즘에 와서 생각하는 건데 참 이런 시스템 자체가 보통 성공했다. 오늘은 월요일이래요 여러분. 기억이 없다면서 말이야. 사업 선동 포스터라니 이럴 수가. 엑스해야죠. 킴 키츠락이래요. 음. 그래 재수없게 말하는데 어지간히 받아들여주네. 아니 계속 물어봐. 아이씨 안 바뀌네. 안 바뀌네 이런 거. 결국은 스무고개로 해서 원하는 게임이 원하는 걸로 그냥 몰아버리는구나. 밀리시온이라고 믿냐? 오케이. 오, 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 오. 안 해봤는데. 그렇다고 합니다. 아, 왜 자꾸 성공을 하지? 되게 비협조적으로 해도 어떻게든 굴러가는군요. 캠키 주라기. 진짜 이름 정말 들어도 적응 안 된다. 오케이. 어떻게든 되잖아. 아, 그렇구나. 이거 방송 안 되게 만들어 놨나 본데? 잠깐만요. 그렇구만. 그러면 이걸로 하면 안 되겠구나. 잠깐만요. 윈도우 캡처는 안 되게 만들어 놨구나. 좋았어. 아, 소리는 들립니까? 게임하고 있었죠. 근데 소리는 안 들려요? 소리 들리나? 외부에 소리가 들어가야 되는데 지금 이게. 전 게임 나름 재밌게 하고 있었는데 아무도 못 들으셨군요. 그럴 수 있지. 디스콜리시움이 꽤 재밌게 해놨네요, 이게. 근데 이거 존중해야 되는 거 아닐까? 이 정도면? 방송이 아예 안 되게 윈도우 캡처를 막아놨는데? 아, 이거 골치 아픈데 이렇게 되면? 아, 아니다. 방법은 있습니다, 여러분. 자, 이걸 빼고 세상에 안 되는 게 어딨어? 하면 되지. 네, 일단 잠깐만요. 자, 잠깐만요, 진짜로.
Do you have her number?
As a matter of fact, I do.
아, 이제 게임 소리를 그냥 마이크로 들으시죠. 나도 편하고 여러분도 편하고.
This sounds like something you can use to call this Sylvie later.
You said you just got here. From where? Are you a local?
What, of Martinez? No, I live in Jamrock.
지금 제가 이것까지 지금 플레이하면서 굉장히 많은 트롤링을 했는데요. 트롤링을 해도 게임은 진행이 되더라고요.
Many cafeterias I manage.
But you still know your way around, yes? In case we need directions.
이름 킴 카츠락이라니까요. 카츠락입니다, 그것도.
Yes, I know where some things are, but as I said, I don't live here. I just used to work here. And I'm not going to start working here again, if that's what you think.
I didn't imply that. Detective.
He probably means this is where you step in and ask your
꽤
questions.
높은데? 아니 뭐 완전 알중인 사람이 디텍티브는 안 된단 말이야?
I have everything. You?
Yes, he means, do you have questions for me, like a police officer would?
He thinks you're stupid, sire.
오케이.
Ask him about the body's location before asking if he killed him. People give up information in the more innocuous questions, which you can later use in the more sinister ones, not vice versa.
Haven't you asked me that already? What is it with you and this woman? She has nothing to do with it. Okay, you got me. She went away because of the dead body out back. And because
뭐야,
I
이걸로
asked
이렇게
for her
쉽게
number.
굴복한다고?
Is it? Because I thought
최대한
you were
멍청하게
supposed
보려고
to be
했는데.
investigating the lynching, not my employer conduct.
아,
What?
전 페미니스트거든요. 아니 진짜 이 뭔?
That's good. But there is a timetable for this investigation, dictated to us by the stages of the...
You've gained a thought. When this dialogue is over, go to your thought cabinet and internalize it for special bonuses and effects.
Behind this building, there's a courtyard. They hoisted him up. That's easy. See that door there? First, you exit through that. Then, to your right, you should see a bit...
This man means the heavy cavalry of the innocents, Franco Negro, sweeping over the plains and nations of the enemies of mankind. 5th century style. Unified currency and the concept of cool came in their wake. They wore lamella and...
I don't know who killed him. I'm not the...
This is it. He said they hoisted him up on a tree. Who is this they? If he...
Oh, people are saying it was the union dock workers, that it was a lynching. The locals, the customers, the people who eat here, a lot of dock workers eat here. Sylvie told me everyone knows the dock workers did it.
Did the debarders themselves tell her this, or is it a rumor?
I don't really know. You'll have to ask her. I would suppose it's because they have nothing better to do.
You mean the strike?
Yes, the strike. The man they hanged was a security guard for the harbour company, I hear. A mercenary. The unionistas probably thought they'd send a message.
트롤링 할게요.
What are you, crazy? Of course I didn't kill him.
The lieutenant turns the page in the little notebook he's been scribbling in.
Let's go.
Not so fast, Mr. Feminist. You owe me 130 real. Oh, excuse me. You owe me 130 real.
The IIR, or Inter-Isolary Real, is the global reserve currency.
No, you don't owe me street cred. You owe me money. You owe this establishment 100 and... What are you, a philosopher? Money is what grown-up people use to pay for things. Things like this hostel room or 8 bottles of potent blend. Are you serious? From your work? I don't know. You can take bribes, I guess. I'm sorry. I don't think cops can take...
Some do take recompense, but only to survive.
for survival to pay me. Unless you want to become a hobo. Do you want to become a hobo? There's nowhere else to stay in Martinez, and it's a cold spring outside. If you run out of money, you die. It's like that for all of us.
There's a shuffle of nylon as Lieutenant Kitsuragi looks for something in the pockets of his orange bomber.
You can't arrest me. I haven't done anything.
아,
Did someone order a vague, farcical reading of the law? More than one pops into your head.
아 여기서도 또 아니다.
But it's not inane. You owe me money.
It is cruel of you. A man has been killed. File a request for compensation with Station 41. We need to
좀 더
work.
엉뚱한 답을 했어야 되나?
Okay, you'll only have to pay for the window and the drinks. That's 70. I'll get the rest from your stupid station. The Langer does. The Langer has a memory. The drinks are non-negotiable. There's no what the Langer does.
아,
The
이거
Langer has a memory.
두번
The
연속으로
drinks
하는데
are
안 되네요.
non-negotiable. Then fine, I'll take it off the bill. You want to sleep in a post-apocalyptic shithole? Don't thank me. You still owe me 30 for the drinks. If you don't have it by tonight, I'm not letting you.
That's enough nonsense. Good day.
아 이렇게 트롤링 플레이를 할 수 있을 줄 몰랐죠. 오케이.
The RCM in Martinez. What can I help you with? Of course. What can I help you with? Of course. Where to? Oh, that.
Even all the way over here, there's a drop of death in the spring.
What do you mean? We're in Martinez, sir. This intersection is called. There's the pier, the Cape Side apartment building, the harbor gates. Some kind of commotion at the harbor gates. Some shops and the bridge. Just
정말 잘
close.
알려주는데?
There's a little fish. It's just water. No, actually, I think they cut. No problem. Me? I am just a gardener. I am working. I have a greenhouse in the yard there. Well, as you already know, there's a corpse.
Don't worry, miss. We are here to clean.
Salts? Ammonium salts. Perhaps useful for later.
Of course. I won't hold you back.
If there's a corpse, then you're going to need those gloves for the autopsy.
Sure, keep them. I haven't.
야.
A simple little cadence. He seems to be making it up as he goes.
You sure are, my man. It's the jam, my man.
The air from the east is thick with the smell of crude oil.
It's a traffic jam for the ages. Harbor gates up the street are shut tight. Meanwhile, we're all stuck here in long haul limbo for days upon days upon. Yeah.
It's official. He too agrees. This is the antechamber.
Feels like forever. Like I was born on this here roundabout and this was all I ever knew.
Mazout is an antiquated term for heavy fuel oils. This man has a barely suppressed performance.
Everyone's a critic, man. It's okay. I've been here a whole week already. So tell me, what do you need? He ain't one of us drivers. I know that.
It's easy to see he's telling the truth. He's kept his nose out of the dark stuff.
Analyzing the fundamental structural and psychological conditions of being
Ask for his conclusion.
a sense of surprise there ain't
이게
more
되네.
bodies hanging from more trees.
머리가 좋고 볼 일이구나.
It's like whatever's going on over at the dock.
Going on strike would probably help you dodge a bullet or two.
Some pretty wild stuff I hear. Like a giant new power crane in half the company? Forget what exactly. I've heard talk there's a company rep in town too. Like a strike.
Ah, yes, from the Wild Pines. We'll meet her soon enough, I'm sure.
They want to keep that money flowing in, my man. Ka-ching.
He doesn't blame them, but he's not on their side. That's for
Maybe you should.
The RCM is a self-managing organization that operates on donations. We promote our own leaders. It would be like striking against your own mother. Okay, but do continue. You were asking about the strike?
Anything else? Yeah, this ain't really my area of expertise. Us lorry drivers. Camionneurs. You still hang around here waiting for this mess to end. Most have scurried off somewhere to get drunk or high. Or laid.
음성사 들을까요? 아니면
Not that I
패스할까요?
blame them, really. Not my thing. Chasing transient pleasures is a drag these days. I prefer.
He tries his best to look naughty,
들으면 엄청나게
but there's a
심각하게.
rigidity in him,
오,
as if trying to
매우
conceal
삼퍼라.
something deep beneath a cool exterior.
백색 판정이라 나중에 재수유도 할 수 있고요.
Oh, high-grade narcotics, illegal firearms, stuff like that.
Relax.
또
He's
파견 좀.
merely joking.
Can't even get a few jokes past you, my man. I've got another haul of found cargo. They usually get shipped to Grad in the Occident. Though we've been making headway in the Il Noran market. We're pals and all, but I can't just freely hand out the merchandise. But not unless they've illegalized sports equipment while I was on the road. This rockin' beauty. Sure is. Like a rash you can't get rid of.
A motor lorry, also called a
아, 이렇게
galleon,
가상
on Cayenne
판정이구나.
and neighboring islands. This one looks rough.
Good eye, my man. Yup, she's an old one, but reliable. Me and her spent a long.
The man taps his fingers
뭐가 되면-
rhythmically against his arm.
Don't be a stranger.
Before you stands a motor. Vapor emanates from the. This must be the infernal machine that tore you from oblivion. In the cabin, you are welcomed by a set of steering levers. A scent of leatherwork and heavy fuel oils washes over you. As you tap on the gauge,
There's no use pressing the heat button.
translation: we're not going anywhere right now.
Mhm.
A metallic drawer.
Take what you need, officer. It's going to be a long case. I'm not protective of my tools, like some men are.
It's robust, weatherproof, lets you see things in it. The pry bar, useful for opening all the handles. You can do the pull-out toolbox.
와,
The
다
frequency
이럴 수
tableau,
있었구나.
like the soft purr of.
This is Precinct 57. Hello, Lieutenant. How may I assist you?
Hello, Alice. Please assist our colleague from the 41st precinct here. I'm putting him on.
Operating the radio is easy. Just be confident. You've probably done it
This is Officer Alice Demetri, Precinct 57.
under the green prime line. A yellow saved button catches your eye.
Of course. What is her number, officer?
Yes, hold on. Her number is 005 1944.
Received. Hold on, officer.
Give it a minute. She might be busy at the moment. Take.
Officer, I have Sylvie Malaika on the line for you. Yes, hello?
오.
Oh, right. Hello,
아,
what
트롤링
can I
하려고
do?
했는데.
No, not me. What? Of course it bothered me. But I thought the union already knew about the... No one calls the police. The union would get angry. You know, what the union says goes. People listen to them and they take care of their own, which is like everyone here.
Legally, no. In reality, yes.
Yes.
Martinez is de facto policed by the Dock Workers Union.
I didn't want to get in trouble with the others.
울리고 있다.
Push her further.
권위.
Show her the error of her ways.
The other people who live around here. You don't live here. You don't. Please, I just didn't want any trouble. I didn't know I had to report it. I thought someone.
You can almost hear the girl getting smaller on the other end of the line.
No.
It was someone else. We'll find them sooner or later.
Okay. You mean why did I leave the bar?
아, 이 게임 되게 개같이 해야지 재밌군요.
Why not?
Let's just say I left. What? No, why would you even think that? Please, don't bring Gar into this.
God, why can't you just mind your own business? She mutters.
I already said I don't want to talk about this. You're messing everything up. You mean why did I leave the bar?
Why not?
What? No, why would you even think that? Please, don't bring...
God, why can't you just mind your...
똑같네.
I already said I
Okay.
don't... I do hope so. Please, don't call me again. Bye.
오, 불가이한 피니스티 이제 플러스 2가 나왔어. 그녀를 올려서 마이너스 1이 됐고요.
No,
아,
she doesn't have a problem with you. It must be someone else she's angry about. So trust me, you wouldn't want to be the... No, you're the guy. You're Lieutenant Love,
미친.
matchmaker extraordinaire.
오,
What deranged? I'm just saying you have to act, Lieutenant Love. Think you can do that? Whatever this empathy failure tells you, don't take the quest. It's not wonderful. It's
No. What?
이게 별짓을.
Oh God. Please, just stay out of my life.
What? What did...
One was dominated by the Azapa. Anything else, officer?
It's on.
아, 진짜
The love quest is on.
너무 하는구만 이거.
Too late, everyone. It's on. Take it to...
Just a second. Sylvie Malay. Yes. Hello? Oh, great. What else do you need, detective?
아, 더 이상 하지
You
말아야겠다.
hear the call.
Anything else I can help you with,
Okay.
officer?
As always, it's DJ Mesh.
A flock of seagulls takes right away. The lieutenant reaches into the cabin.
Someone must have been messing with radio. Maybe picked up a random frequency. You wanted a prime line? Oh, is that what it was called?
Go for it. Turn the radio back on while it's still on the Speed Freaks FM.
Souped up motor carriage for one bad mama's.
God damn it. Look, it helps me to stay alert on long nights, okay? It's a method. I'm not some kind of speed freak. You would be too if you had this motor carriage. But seriously, let's...
This is Precinct 57. Can I connect it? Just a second, officer.
10-2, 10-5. This is 41st. Come in. Over.
The man uses relay code. You got this.
10-4, message received. 10-5, relay message. What's your status? Over. 10-18, state your message, sir.
프랑스 풍기네요.
10-4, your badge should have most of your personal details. 10-9, over. 10-4, message received. This is a very serious situation. Is it him? What does he want? Says he lost his badge and needs to report it. He what? He lost his badge? This is communication officer Vulpidieu. You mean your partner? Over. What is he saying? He's asking who you are. I'm his goddamn partner. It's your partner, Satellite Officer Dietmar, sir. Over. Did he lose his memory along with his fucking badge? Who lost his badge? Dick fucking Mullen. Who do you think?
아, 이름을 알았습니다.
It's Officer Dick Mullen from the bestseller Dick Mullen and the Lost Identity.
Dick Mullen is not your name. It's the name of a fictional detective who would not lose
그렇군요.
his badge. Defend yourself. Immediately, they're laughing at you.
He says this has probably happened to other policemen before him, and...
Oh, goddammit. Is he fucking kidding? The whole station's gonna be dicked for this.
Satellite Officer Vikmar is wondering if you might be joking and adds that this...
Man dicked us.
He's asking you to stop, says this is serious.
Of course it's serious. He lost his fucking badge.
Satellite Officer Vikmar concurs, losing your badge is 10-4. I hear you, officer.
Okay.
I'm just going to make a note here that you are in pursuit of your misplaced badge.
Fuck me. Mac, come here. You've got to hear this.
What's going on?
Silver's out
다
there
몰려오는군요.
lost his badge.
He lost his what now?
His badge. He lost his goddamn fucking badge.
He asks you to please stop saying he lost his badge.
Why? Did he find it?
Sergeant Orson was wondering if you found your badge yet. Over.
You don't have a comeback. Sorry,
됐어.
it's hard to think like this.
He's not replying. Looks like he's still looking for 10-9. Come again. I didn't get that. Over.
New heights even for Captain Sober.
Ask him. Ask him if he's lost
권총도
his
당연히
gun.
없죠.
Sergeant Orson wants to know if you lost your gun too.
Check your pockets. Check your... Holy fuck. You don't know where it is, do you? No. It's gone.
10-9, come in, officer. You get my question? We were wondering about your gun. Over.
오.
Even before
실패!
the words out. Every...
He says he didn't lose his gun. Or his phone, whatever that.
Ask him to describe it. His gun. Not his fun. Just a gun will do.
Satellite Officer McLean requests a description of your weapon. Over.
It's a single-shot kill A9. An armistice, to be precise.
Says it's a kill 9mm armistice.
Armistice? What, is he a fucking... Clearly he doesn't have his VA anymore.
Dear God, he lost his gun. Oh,
This isn't really a laughing matter.
Mac can face a giant of Coco Noodle by himself. But this go ahead and him piss his pants.
oh, I can't. Fuck. He lost his... Ask him if he still got his weed.
I'm not going to.
Ask him.
Sergeant Orson here is wondering if you are still in possession of your genitalia. Over.
진짜 심각하구만.
That's a negative. I'm not going to say.
What's he say?
He said he sodomized your mother.
The prick ate Mama's vanilla waffles at the captain's birthday party. Some nerve he's got.
Sure, vanilla waffles are the only thing here.
Shut up, Chester. This isn't funny. This is my mom we're talking about. Tell him to apologize.
Sergeant Orson requests that you apologize for the claims that you made about his mother. Over. Mac, he says you shouldn't have antagonized the firewalker in the... Who? Satellite Officer V. I'm afraid he might be referring to himself as Firewater, sir.
Firewater? He's lost it. Fuck it. Tell him to find his goddamn badge.
Satellite Officer V. I'm going to report that you are in pursuit of your service weapon.
트롤링을 해도 그냥
Over.
알아주네.
In pursuit of him.
Officer, do you need further assistance? 10-4, I hear you.
What does he want?
He's asking for money.
Is he fucking kidding?
I don't think he is.
Don't give that asshole anything. He's just gonna drink it all.
Right. That's a negative on the additional funds, sir. Over. He says it's important to the case.
He isn't getting a...
Request denied, sir. He says he's in trouble, doesn't he?
Well, I guess he better crack the case before sundown.
Vigmar said... he said...
What did he say?
Did you want anything else, sir? Many of your colleagues are also here.
He's trying to keep you from further embarrassing
okay.
yourself in front of your colleagues.
Let us address them now, sir. Over.
더 이상하긴 좀 그렇다.
Roger that. 10-10. Over and out.
The white suede feels luxurious under the touch, and the metal clutch handle.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Right.
10-4, come in. Fireworker. Over. Okay.
Wait, before you say anything stupid, think it through. Be smart about this. Ask if he's there.
10-4, sir, I'm not hearing your question. That's a negative, sir. I got a 10-12 visitors present here. 10-9, repeat message. I didn't get that, sir. Over.
What? What?
He seems intoxicated and keep...
Mullen's drunk and emotionally aggressive.
아 근데 이거 알고리즘 스타일이라가지고 아까 말했던 거에 대해서 학습은 안 되네. 다시 물어봐도 원래대로 돌아가네.
What? What is it?
He wants to verify the information on his badge.
But of course, it says Dick Mullen, High General of the Revacholian Cavalry Force.
Tell him to stop wasting time.
What do you need, sir? Over.
하.
10-4.
Does he actually want?
He asked if he ever...
For God's sake!
Sir, satellite... So, was there anything else? 10... excuse me, sir? Over. No, sir, I haven't. You're not really keen on... Understood, sir. Roger that. 10...
아 여기 재밌게 플레이할 수 있었군요 이게. 졸라 웃기네.
The worn and beaten wooden plane.
We can sit on.
You can revisit the bench if you.
튜토리얼 도우미.
Kuno's got this.
If there ever was such a thing as an ugly kid, then this is it.
Oh yeah, another goofy Kuno. Right in the dick, Kuno.
Love it in the dick.
The boy is sweating profusely. His eyes are like two black holes and his jaw is twitching as if trying to break free. The kid is obviously high.
아 이걸 얘한테 물어본 거야 지가 항상.
Fuck that! Kuno, yes!
Shit.
The rake, Kuno! You should throw the rake at him, Kuno!
The fuck does Kuno know what a rake is? Kuno is not a gardener. Fuck no! Kuno does.
Fast. This kid has got street smarts.
The fuck are you?
He's calling us Kuno! He says we're.
We shouldn't do anything. You will see.
The language these kids are using. Pure, unfettered id.
Alright, and.
The kid moves his hands like a basketball player dribbling fast.
Right, pig. This is where Kuno plays with his little wooden choo-choo. No, it's not fucking.
He thinks you're fucking fool, Kuno!
Get the fuck out of here, pig. Kuno doesn't have a magic trick. Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. Shitload, pig. What's your question?
Don't tell the pig shit, Kuno!
This is where you quickly ask him questions. Real cop questions. Like a cop.
Probably climbed. Kuno was busy down the road when that shit. You heard Kuno? Kuno wasn't even in Martinez. Kuno wasn't in Revachol. I don't know. Some fucking mess or I don't know.
There is no Night City anywhere. That sounds like the name of a city in some pulp science.
Why you gotta be riding Kuno's ass? You wanna know where Kuno?
Don't tell him that, Kuno. It's lame.
It's not fucking lame. Kuno's building Kuno's City. Night City. Rage City. The City of Rage. That's it. And it's not lame.
Lame.
That's the name of Kuno's City, bitch. Get the fuck off Kuno's back. This shit ain't about that.
It's impossible to deduce what it is about, at least for the moment. If it's important,
Kuno's fucking.
he's trying to hide the fact that he doesn't know.
Kuno knows what you meant. Kuno's not a snitch. That's all. Trying to make just a couple of pigs sniffing around in the dirt.
Yeah, you tell the faggoty Kuno.
You're testing
Get lost.
Kuno's Kuno?
It's always Kuno, never I. Clearly the kid's using the third-person perspective as a
Kuno doesn't do that smart shit. Don't they're trying to get Kuno hooked on the book.
Watch out, Kuno. He's trying to fiddle you. He's going to put his hands on you.
You need to get the hell out of here before.
Everybody!
Escalate, Kuno! His sticker's out! You're a front!
Takes the name, Kuno! Somebody please!
How did we get here? How did this happen? This makes no sense. There may still be a way out.
7%.
Just appeal to his reason.
Help! Misters! He's flashing Kuno! He's showing his genitals! If you don't help Kuno now, it's fucking logical! No!
The nearly psychopathic way they could slip in and out of the act implies you're not the first victim.
No one? Kuno's doing this because he likes it.
Help! The pig's gagging him!
Look,
잘못 눌렀다.
For emphasis, a ghost is saying this.
I know you wanted to hit me. You got that.
Relax. He can't read your mind. There's a dead body. Remember, that's what you were doing here. You're a cop on a case.
오.
I can. Kuno can smell that violent shit. I'm gonna fuck that Kuno up. You're nothing. You're a joke to Kuno.
Kuno turned you into his
No, you're not. We can just leave.
bitch. You're gonna be in this shit.
A peepo is a type of hat, by the way.
You don't talk to me about my fucking people. You don't know what.
Okay. Kuno is kind to his bitch. Ask your questions.
갑자기.
But
Click, 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 click.
전설적. 3%. 패배를 인정했구나. 이게 인정한 거구나.
yeah, the kingdom of Kuno. Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give the fuck about it. You're testing.
Get lost.
He's on
3%의
your
도전.
crime scene,
와.
bossing you around. And he's been here for some time too. This is where he hangs out. You have to...
Get your snout out of. You should give up.
You okay?
That went wrong.
Kuno doesn't.
The corpse looks at you with bulging white eyes. The face around them does not look. You seem to be holding your breath. A cargo belt twists his neck at an unnatural angle. The body below appears stiff. It's letting out an ungodly rot. The smell seeps in even through your clenched nostrils.
Active decay. It's okay to throw up, officer. No one is judging.
He's about to blow. Cop's gonna blow, Kuno.
The smell is repulsive. It pushes in.
수고했습니다.
Too late. It's impossible to keep in until a pool of vomit. The smell of Commodore Red rises from the pool. Among it, distilled spirit.
Keep it. The hangover is clearly making this worse for you. You could use some ammonia to clear your head. That young woman, the gardener, mentioned she used salts
암모니아
for the
냄새는
smell.
정말.
If she doesn't have any, there might be...
Acquiring ammonia will provide a modifier to the white check.
대충 여기에 있지 않을까요? 마그네슘이라고? 암모니아 어디가 있지?
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite. Because there's a secret door hidden behind the panels of... There it
Okay.
is. You see a shabby little door.
What is this then? A tool shed?
still my beating heart. If the lieutenant isn't studying the powder, and there's a good vague way to ask where he stands on drug use. Professionally, I mean.
No, I'm just a regular detective, thank you very much. Of course, detective. Swift.
Yeah, swift lightning justice.
See that ladder there? It's probably another way.
코노한테 이겼으면 이게 됐다는 얘기군요. 나가네 신고 중됐다. 막 할 수 있구나 진짜. 스톱. 무너진다고? 안 무너졌죠? 정말 알아보기 힘들게 돼 있다. 이거 어떻게 올라가지? 또 다른 길인 건 알겠는데요.
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots, anywhere from maybe more than 12. No. At 1, standard work boot. 2, standard work boot. Steel 3, hobnailed work boot. 4, standard work boot. You don't know. It's a miracle. 5, another standard work boot. 6, an aberration, light as air. Impossible to tell. Could also have been an adult. You're not bad. It's as if the whole world darkens. Everything else. 7, the glowing outline of a standard work boot. Number 46. 8, and yet another standard work boot. Number 40.
How many?
200kg가 나올 수는 없죠.
I was pretty off then. I counted 20. I never got the hang of it. Hyperopia. Do you see anything out of the ordinary? 200? Could it be the combined weight of 2 people, one carrying the other who's tied up?
He might be right. 200 kilograms of living
근데 이
weight.
정도는 그냥 지능으로 돼야 되는 거 아닌가? 알아서?
Possibly, yes.
But why?
Yes, they could have used a makeshift stretcher or just march him up to the gallows. Even easier to carry on a stretcher, or between 2 men. Anyway, it's for future consideration. What else can be interesting? Let's name it the odd someone operating a workbench with a pedal, like a joiner at the harbor. Or maybe a drummer? No, it's not. Forget I said it. Perhaps it could be a driver. A driver would wear out the right shoe before the left. The accelerator is on the right.
He doesn't seem to hear you. Looking south. toward the traffic jam.
We should keep our eyes open around the traffic jam. See whether anyone strikes out. A woman or a kid? Understood. Anything else?
생각해보니까 지능 캐릭터로 해놓고서는 그냥 멍청한 소리만 한 것도 좀 그렇다.
A week, maybe?
It is not impossible.
I pulled last week's forecast for coastal Havashon.
Correct again. Sub-zero temperatures would preserve the tracks in a good state.
What do I think? A mob of people brought something heavy to the tree. One of them was carrying the victim. Then, after hoisting him up, they stood in a semicircle facing his direction. At first glance, this appears to be a lead.
Indeed. They all stood in a row here and looked at the tree. Yes, everything fits so well. Carried him over, hoisted him up, watched him hang. The lieutenant's eyes narrow.
좀 대충 해도 어떻게 해도 되는군요.
Either way. What else?
정원사한 데가 뜯으면 되겠구나. 이게 그거잖아, 아까 기마드도 통과할 수
You
있는.
see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush that covers the plaza mosaic. The tire tracks were left here by an unknown event. That some of that rubber stuck to the tiles right in front of the whirling and then accelerated straight into the fence, left a hole big enough for the Franco-Nigerian cavalry. According to the cafeteria manager, the driver proceeded to back out of the yard, barely stopping before heading south. Must have been in a hurry.
You are correct. This is a rather motor carriage-friendly city. I'm not sure. There are plenty of traffic accidents waiting to happen in Martin.
You could follow the tracks.
I can't believe it snowed. It felt like springtime just a few days ago. Excuse me? Oh, well, I didn't write it there. I'm just sitting. I don't know anything about that either.
Pig is a widely used term for members of...
No need to worry. We are not...
Okay. Well, sure. I'm done with go easy on that stuff.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is
암모니아를 갖고 있어도
entirely
나잼이라고?
dedicated to that. The ammonia only makes it worse. The combination, the second time, not so much.
암모니아를
When the
소실했고.
vomiting is done, your cheeks are wet with tears.
Nor does the wind right now. I've seen strong men turn themselves inside out for hours. You are facing tough odds here. I've seen captains puke their guts out. It never gets easier. You never get used to this. Then drive to the station. Maybe throw up on the way. I think I've lost my sense of smell.
A white lie.
Not being hungover helps too. Okay, you've said it. You needed to say. You need to get your shit together. No, it's not, officer. We should go talk to the locals. Find something else to do while the wind changes.
You've gained a thought. When this dialogue is over,
Give it half an hour. Get yourself together. Then come back and have...
companies in the East Delta Commerce Center.
이걸 지금 해서 의미가 있나?
Silence. No one answers the doorbell. Silence. Nothing happens. Silence. You hear static from the intercom speak. You can almost hear them breathe.
Yes, hello. This is Tricentennial.
She sounds almost antique. Wait, but what happened to Slipstream SCA? There's no Tricentennial Electrics on the list. The lieutenant exchange. She must be mistaking you for some. Who cares that you don't remember her? Just
Michelle, just please. Why do you leave me home? I don't understand. Ever since I came here,
a spot of static override.
it's so nice. It's so nice to be able to find.
She sounds like she's about to cry. She doesn't answer. Silence. The only thing you can hear now is static and wet. Another seagull passes by.
It must have been some kind of faulty wiring. We should maybe stop playing with.
You press the number sign on the keypad that terminates the call. 12 main cards on the call box read. Whatever she says, it can't hurt you. You're alright. Maybe not. There's a light, but there's this.
Yes, hello. This is Trice.
Here come the bad vibes again. Relax. Distance yourself from it. Wait, is she?
Michelle.
Is this some kind of joke? The voice from the intercom doesn't answer, but you can hear her breathing.
This is my mind. It's so nice.
And then it hits you. She tries again not to cry, and still doesn't succeed completely. Her sound melts into the static from a long-distance phone. This is where you hung up the call the last time, but the recording is still good. The phone rings in the office with an old-fashioned chime, and someone walks by, and no one replies. But the static grows stronger, like rainfall. Her words are too cold to comprehend. She smells of sodium lights and
So, it was a recording trapped in the circuitry from some ancient tenant. This sometimes happens. Shall we conclude here? We have other mysteries to solve. I don't have time to explain it to you. Don't take this the wrong way, but during our short stint working...
That is true.
엘리시움 정말이야.
Looks like someone has melted half the plastic. You wait for a minute or two. You ring the doorbell, but nothing happens. All you hear is static, but you ring the doorbell. What an ominous name for a hair salon. An off-key melody.
Kudo, please stop calling here.
She thinks you're the gremlin child. What would he say to this?
Pardon? This is not Kudo. Who is this? Please just stop calling here. I don't...
A single beep. You hear the same waiting room music. But this button looks new. But
this button looks new.
정신머리 장착기.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated.
Active decay.
He's about to blow! Cock's gonna blow, Kuno!
경관신원 미확. 둘 다. 슈프트던가? 스프린트 슈프트구나.
I can't believe it's snowing again. It felt like springtime just a few days ago.
상점 가셔야겠구만.
Welcome to Revachol. Don't you welcome to Revachol me. My grandfather came here from a 3,000-year-old racist isolationist culture, while your ancestors came to this island a mere 300 years ago. Every school of thought and government has failed in the city, but it's men like you who keep Revachol divided, making it that much harder for everyone to climb out of this post-war limbo.
What he means is fixation on the Revacholian nation makes it harder for Revachol to actually attain self-determination.
Oh, come on, man. I just said, welcome to Revachol. It's a lorry driver thing. I know exactly what you meant. You think my kind doesn't belong here, that I should watch myself and behave. But you see, I'm an officer of the RCN. It's actually my job to make sure you behave. I would advise you to remember that.
Silence. The air between them becomes tense. Your partner needs backup. Now's your moment to shine.
You do make a cute couple. You know that.
The lieutenant exhales and resumes.
Whatever you say, officers.
He smells of heavy motor oils and his breath of high tar content cigarettes. Probably.
Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to pick up some cargo, but the dock workers are apples.
Apples is exactly the kind of thing you'd say if you had some.
Look, as detective, I come from a long line of lorrymen. We got ancient rights and privileges. Oh, I'm here to pick up a load of fucking apples, man.
Koiko may be another derogative for a person from Grad, you think.
Yep, it's one of their main exports. They grow him down South Yekokata, a beautiful place.
In fact, Yekokata is a desolate wasteland whose name literally translates to Zone of Ecological Catastrophe.
Yeah? Says who? Then, I guess they grow apples somewhere else. You can never really tell with those koikos. They're everywhere, except their own homes. He means the people living in Grad. Yeah, you know, Gradniks, Gradvolk, those degenerates from Grad. Hey, if the name and description fit by the very grace of nature, who am I to say other? Did you miss the part where I said they aren't here yet? Besides, even...
Relax. You've got all you can get here. He probably doesn't even know what he's hauling, even if it is.
It's about biological determinism. Not the most popular topic nowadays, with the coalition in charge. People who've studied these things say that you and me are superior by design. So, naturally, we Occidentals should be in charge. Obviously, you can...
Oh?
Aish.
Good. If we, the evening people, pull together, we can form a bulwark against these troubled times. Root out the forces that seek to undermine the well-being of our people.
보건복지부의 정은경 전 청장님이 올라가셨다. 그런 얘기가 있군요.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi's stern expression remains unchanged, but you sense he can't be happy.
Oh yeah, they're a big deal. My great-grandfather was a carter, had a royal license and everything. We've tried to hold on to our someone with a cart. What did you think it was? That's how deep into it sure fucking is. We have a guild and everything, huh? Very ancient. Goddamn right. They've been trying to fuck us out of our heritage in the name of profit. But when trusting street thugs.
Volumetric ship compressor. Bizarre scientific news from Revachol West today, where a police officer's shit has been observed at a... You see several packages. The packages are small, discreet, sloppily stacked, making them easier to take unnoticed. No need to worry about knocking over a
훔치고
display.
실패하면
What is what? If you want to buy one, then it's only 4 real.
Her attention is drawn to the raincoats. Stealing one undetected will now be more. The tear machine stands in the corner.
Oh, it's a machine for tear. You need a bag, I guess. Feel free to use it if you...
봉지 어디서 구하더라?
A small cabinet of their logo is the blood.
Just ask me if you need anything from Saint Baptiste. We don't stock prescription meds, but we do have Nosafed, Duramine, Magnesium, and Hypnogamma. Yeah, there's like an ampule somewhere. Saint Baptiste. Saint Baptiste.
She is right. Saint Baptiste, the company, derives its...
I don't know. I don't really know what no.
Nosafed heals +1 health.
The tear machine stands in the corner.
공명수고.
A colourful display of cigarette bottles wink at you in the light. There, in that dark green glass, all in vain. The great flowing river of...
Guess not. I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health. But I guess you already know that. The pale age vodka is special, you know. I mean, I or
substances give power. Use medication.
No, Frick only. Welcome to Frick. Feel free.
What's that magazine she's reading?
I don't know. A 7 to 11 grade. I think they think that.
The story goes that name Fritta with 2 T's.
You mean this? This is Pop Star.
Looks like it also has something called Police.
It's where they rate different outfits famous people wear. It's kind of funny. They're kind of mean. It's about who's the most stylish.
또
No, I don't think so.
We are not the fashion police.
Okay. I don't really know anything. I mean, not really. No. I don't know, really.
No need to worry.
Okay. Uh-huh.
분명히 여기 어디 암모니아를 구할 수 있을 텐데.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister pack. You see several packaged raincoats.
오케이. 이걸 잘못했구만.
We have a right to work. Hold up and stay frosty.
You here to fuck with us? Be honest. We're here to fight for a cause. Stripes usually couldn't handle us. Cause gives the workers strength, gives them power. Besides, we're not that different. It helps if people see us talking, cops and strikebreakers together. Shows authorities are on our side. Builds confidence. Maybe you should ask them the questions. We have families to feed, you piece of shit.
So do we, Scott.
Honest men and women with rights to work, to be useful, not toys for corporate interests. We came here to help the harbor run smoothly in time of crisis. If unions...
I have a question. Why do all these men follow your leadership?
You think they follow because I'm big and loud? No, they follow the rules of the market, the rules of the economy, because they were. We were promised work. We'd be in there, working. If the main gate's locked, it would take heavy ordnance to bust it open and try to get in through the secretary's office. Doors locked, with guards blocking the way to the access panel. And I don't mean the scrawny mess punk either. I mean head measurer, or whatever. Huge Seminese guy standing up there on the overhead passage. Won't let anyone by. The access bad. Standing on a narrow bridge, he's got a strategically advantageous position. I don't know how the Union has a trained killer up there, but that one's no joke, and my men are tired and hungry. That like civilized folk, you mean? These native fucks don't understand.
It would be better for the neighborhood if you went home, at least for...
No! They will give up eventually. Or get drunk. Leave the button unguarded. Then, have fun. Union shits are on full strike. Don't think they're going to let you through the gates. I'm trying to meet their fat boss. I know nothing about murder. Wouldn't put it past these harbor bugs. They right to work! It's shameful. Cops doing nothing. You should bring backup. Open up the gates for us. Blockading gainful employment for workers.
Why not? I see numerous reasons not to pick a stick.
Let us work!
When a bunch of beats me.
There's something odd in the way he carries himself. His shirt is far too small and an unpleasantly tight fit, while the overalls held up by him. He ignores your question, choosing instead to turn to the innate silence as the answer. There's something off him. You've been talking to him for quite a while now.
What's it to you? Am I a suspect? Done no crimes. I only...
Every once in a while, it's like you can see glimpses of another guy under the guise of this.
We're all workers, right? Workers stick together. Came from the eminent domain, Jamrock, backgrounds and odd jobs. Worked at Territorial. Ring a bell? We're done here. I have a strike to break.
그러시다.
A lorry stuck in the traffic jam. The windows are clear. They've been recently washed. The driver, as adorned a large metal pendant hangs from the rear view. It is the seal of Royalist era Revachol. The back end of the cabin is a small perch, just a book with ragged edges catches your notice.
Racist nationalist paraphernalia. Not unusual in this part of town. This is our guy. Likely, yes. This guy's proud of who he is. Drapes it all over his machine.
드디어 오비를 살 수 있게 됐어요.
The small, wrinkled woman doesn't look the photo, an ambrotype, from no response, wherever.
Wait. She's just a distracted old woman. But why? I just told you why.
탱크탑.
An old monument stands in the middle. A silver plaque on the. As you look up, you notice something about the statue. There are some odd indentations on it, even by the standards of the Philippian kings. Old sumptuous Philip, well, he blew through the whole national treasury, starting the decline of one of his own maladministration. For stories have it that he had his bedroom converted into a treasure chamber, where he called it the Sol Auron. It was obscene. There were whispers, but wait. You haven't even heard about his... You see, old Philippe wasn't just good at squandering the national treasury on gold and ceremonial weaponry, cocaine. That's what the revolutionaries said 150 years later. Right before they emptied out the royal mausoleum and dumped His Majesty's courtiers said it helped him connect beneath the cold waters of the Insulindian Bay. Thrown there, the original was blown apart by communards, then further damaged during the landing of the coalition's airships. During the turn of this, most historians think the coalition, some years ago, a group of liberal, artistically inclined individuals, designers mostly, thought the statue is supposed to capture the moment it was blown apart, like an Instant frozen in time, people in Martinez tend to disagree, as do many prominent art critics, and thought those critics might have it wrong though. Philip III, the Squanderer, however, with his bronze face up in the air, doesn't seem concerned about what the hoi polloi think, not that he ever did in life either. Something with great kinetic, someone shot him in the heart. Interesting.
Okay, I can't. Well, Martinez is riddled with bullet holes. This place saw a lot of action during the revolution. If we connect every bullet hole in Martinez, I've made a note.
The king stands high above you.
여기 저게 판정했구나.
You see two low.
I can see you got taste for luxury of.
These once respectable speakers, a small heat emboss on.
No, don't look at the speakers, officer. Look, these speakers are Samaran garbage. I'm ashamed to even use them for props. Don't waste your time on them.
Samaran trash. That sounds like they're from the Samaran People's Republic. Produced.
No way, officer. These aren't for sale. They're bad speakers. Low 5 foot. No, officer. You're a high-class policeman who accepts nothing less than the best. Lucky for you, I've got the best on sale. Well, but see, they are the pedestal for my sneaker. If, on the other hand, you wanted to buy the sneakers too.
Damn. So you have to buy the sneakers first. A pair of Faun Ultras.
Those sneakers, mister.
Only? That's madness. Faun Ultra. Wear the future.
잠깐부터 처리해볼까?
This postlavant, a faint sticker on the side reads, RC.
정말
The
별짓을
box
다
seems
해보네.
eat shit pig, fucked by the coon, and St. G. The mail collection box seems cathartic. Thankful even. So do you. You shudder. Then you swallow.
체력이 떨어졌다.
There is a hollow ring as your toe has suffered.
이럴 줄 알았지.
Cool. You really should.
He does not actually think it's cool.
If I don't. Let's.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. As you breathe in, the odor comes. It's a puzzle. What's hanging in front of you is a puzzle of decaying.
They do after 7 days.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair, the material appears delicate and fragile. They feel these are clearly not.
Indeed. Technically speaking, these are sabatons.
Oh, the lieutenant uses a memo technique, A6. That's not just, it's clearly some manner of super armor.
Ceramic plate. Zirconium dioxide, most likely. This is where to make under the hill. Fair weather. Fair weather model T500 VE. I'm guessing that the locals probably scavenged it. We should keep a lookout for these pieces. No, he must have worn something precious underneath his clothes. They usually hang them completely naked for that. La puta madre.
Fucking talking about under.
Clearly, Kuno would like to interject something here. But
It is. We've requested similar material for our tactical units for years now. The constabularies deemed it for a full set. About 4 years of wait.
For the northwest region of Revachol, an officer's average yearly income.
Not too much, yes. It's a sorry situation, I agree. That's for us to find out. Mr. Gart implied he was security personnel for the... I agree. This equipment...
A small bell-like stick.
It's anything but. This material is a kinetic redistributor. It spreads...
Faint, organic lines cover the plates like whirls of floorboards. The design looks organic. And if trees were made of porcelain, this is what they cross-section. The smooth, glossy surface. The whirls are in the shape of a letter and number combination. E50, 100, 1000.
Good. Can you read it to me?
X5415 6745 678222. Let's lie.
구라를 칠까?
That doesn't sound like a serial number. Where's the structure?
True. It didn't have the cadence and logic of a real manufactured item.
Officer, the decomposing corpse has temporarily... We have a make and a number. That's something. We can use the radio in my...
The stench fills your nostrils.
Stop! Pig's gonna pull his head off.
Brutal!
You're about to pull his head off.
Do it, homo!
Yes, that's what I said. You...
Indeed. From this angle, it does look like...
What are you trying to achieve anyway? Why are you hanging on to that boot? How many clothes do you need? You already found... There's no way you're getting them off. All the organic matter in his body has been...
You're sure there's a way to peel them off. But first, the body needs to be down. The anticipation makes you crack your fingers.
Processing will take care of that.
The cadaver slowly twists. The hangman's knot is pulled tight by the weight of the... This is a steel ring.
Airlifting. I thought it was used on lorries for strapping cargo to them. The local harbor uses 6 rotors to shuffle containers around. I get the sense they use whatever was on hand, without paying much attention to not I was afraid it would be. Thin steel wiring, parallel strands. This makes getting him down more problematic than I had assumed. The brief suggested as much, politically motivated by the ongoing strike.
아, 아까 들었잖아, 자식아. 얘기해가지고 밝혀졌잖아.
Okay, you should ask me for one the first moment we get.
Ooh.
A noose is one of those things that's easy. That ladder can't carry a grown man. I didn't see it.
Could be. The shape of the branch supports the cadaver had an intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso.
Of no nation that I know of. If anything, it reminds me of... I agree.
He wears a wide leather belt around his waist, and he takes a thin piece of milled aluminium from his coat pocket and pulls it open. Sound.
A Trigger Sunshine. Mini.
Triggered is the world's leading manufacturer of...
Shit, Kuno! What the...
An instant color camera. I have only 2 ampoules, so nobody move. I don't want to waste one.
A sound, a shrill flash, followed by the breaking of a small ampoule.
In case we need it. Yes, it is pretty cool, isn't it?
There is only one ampoule left. Use it.
It contains insight to the victim's person. By his build, I'd say this was a man of physical violence. The story he wanted his body to tell was important, sure. Just don't lose it.
The glassy-eyed corpse looks by.
You've acquired an interact.
His eyes are milky white, and dark brown hair grows on his head. His face is ready to accept. The corpse is dead silent. You have no idea why you just said that.
Who is he? He is male.
The corpse looks right through you. As you narrow your eye, this is a trick. You've done it before. Pink is where the blood settled in the first hours post-mortem. Only the lower extremities are pink.
I see it.
The monster comes back into focus. An explosion of color.
So, what do you think? Agreed. Especially on the neck. The belt acted like a tourniquet, keeping the blood in his head. The hypostasis supports her hanging. Everything here seems to corroborate that assumption, but we should still get him down before assigning a probable cause of death. I do. Most of...
Stop talking and... He means you fucked him up good, Kuno! Fucked him up brutal-like!
A pool of blood and feces as
The victim appears to have contained no more than half...
The fuck he's saying?
Talking about shit.
Maybe.
But there is no breath to...
Are you sure we finished the preliminary examination of the cadaver? We might miss some of these things once he's... The steel-reinforced bed presents a unique challenge.
Yeah.
A broad chunk...
He doesn't actually...
The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up. Neither one of us can reach the bed without assistance.
Yeah! Bang bang!
How?
Where the buckle ties the rope to the branch. That's a good spot to aim.
Where? Ah, yeah.
Yeah, now we're...
They'll miss! The pigs will miss, Kuno!
Silence. With and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tucks, securing it in place.
Okay.
That's a Kiel A9090 armistice, mass-produced. He then steps back and assumes the fellow's steps position, taking aim.
He's gonna fucking miss!
The his voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes off the walls of the...
God damn it.
A lot of things were wrong with that shot. The fellow's steps was the...
Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's not fucking handy. Kuno's study too.
The lieutenant doesn't say a word.
No, we are lucky as it is. Any more mistakes could put us in a... I have to say, it's...
You know, you don't feel like too bad of a shot.
It's bad as it is. Us should go ahead. I'm not...
This is the sorriest.
You fucking banana point!
The cold piece of bakelite and gunmetal is surprisingly light.
베이클라이트
Your
플라이트
fingers fit right through the guard, instinctively resting
베이클라이트는
on
매우
the trigger.
기초적인 초기 플라스틱입니다.
You've held this, an A9 armistice.
What the fuck are you waiting for, Kuno?
The buckle comes into focus in your sights.
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth? At least you won't.
Your field of view narrowed the slow movement of the branch in the wind.
Look, he's crying. You gonna cry now, fucking faggoty?
나뭇가지의 움직임을 분석해서 이렇게 됐다.
Or what? You gonna fuck me? You
설마?
wanna fuck do it? Set me free!
Don't.
Do it!
Intense shit, copper.
Can wave his gun!
도발에 반응해서 마이너스 1이 됐어요. 42%? 와우!
A plume of smoke erupts from the back. You missed the belt, but hit the corpse straight in the chest. Bits of ribcage protrude
수가.
from the skin. No blood, only a murky sludge dripping down his belly. Despair creeps into you. You're getting fat on your weakness. You're still coming up with sentences. That's a step up from total annihilation, right?
Fuck me? Please leave the radio.
Nothing you can say. Cop gives up the detective genre for social realism. Another police officer resigned.
이런 엔딩이 있을 줄 알았으면.
A lorry stuck in the windows. The driver, a large, it is a seal. The back end a book.
Racist national likely, yes.
이럴 줄 알았으면은 세이브 해놓고 할 걸.
When you said before that you were down with racism, was it meant in earnest? Or were you just trying to win his confidence? I suppose that's a relief. Just because
we know a lie, son.
And one more thing. As you've seen, I've had this conversation.
An old monument, a silver. As you look up, you notice something about this, even by the standard. Well, his own maladmin stories, he called it. But wait, you haven't even heard about. You see, old Philippe wasn't just good at squandering. That's what the revolution is. His Majesty's courtier, cocaine. Beneath the coat, the original, most historic, the statue is supposed to capture the people in mind. Those critics, Philip, not that he ever did it. Someone shot.
Okay, well, Martinez is rip. If we connect every bullet I've made.
The king stands high above you. This Postlovan, a faint sticker on it. The box seemed eat shit pig, fucked by the coon. The mail collection box seemed cathartic, thankful even. So do you.
우체통을 쓰다듬을 때마다 사기를 하나씩 올릴 수 있다. 대단한데.
There he still is, looking right through you. As you breathe in, it's a puzzle. What's
did you?
The man before you is naked. The material, delicate. These are clearly not.
Indeed.
Oh, the lieutenant uses a memo technique. It's clearly
ceramic plate under the heel. The locals, we should keep a lookout for this. No, he must have worn something precious. Someone could.
I hear you, cop, talking shit about the Kuno. Come here and say it to Kuno's face. You wanna fuck me?
They usually hang them completely naked.
What?
Kuno, this boots shit is soup.
It is. We've requested him for a full.
For the northwest region of Revachol, an officer's average.
By catching, do you mean let's not log them as evidence? Let's steal them? Of course.
The lieutenant nods often. It's part of his unplastic expression range.
That's for us to find out. I agree. This equipment is way beyond. That's for us to. Just something I scraped together from my station. An area up now. Your first instinct.
Is small.
It's anything.
Faint, like whirls of floor. If trees were made of the smoke, the whirls are in a shape good. X541567.
That isn't
true. It didn't have the cadence and logic.
Officer, we have a make and a number. That.
The stench.
Stop!
Brutal!
You're going to.
Do it, homo!
Yes, that's what.
Indeed.
What are you trying to achieve anyway? Why are you hanging on to that boat? This is not the enemy. This is the deceased. That doesn't mean anything. There's no way you're getting that.
You're sure there's a way to peel them off. But first, the anticipation makes you crack your fingers.
Processing will take care of that.
The cadaver slowly, the hangman's knot is pulled tight, but this is
airlifting. I thought it was used on Earth. The local harbor uses 6 rotors to shuffle. I was afraid it would be. A noose is one of those things that's easier to. That ladder can't carry a grown man. I didn't see it.
Could be.
The ship, the brief suggested as much. Politically, okay. You should ask me for one, the first moment.
The cadaver hangs. An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso. From
I have only a cursive knowledge of the site.
It doesn't seem familiar.
So am I.
He takes a thin piece of milled.
A trigger. An instant. I have only 2 ampoules, so nobody more. I don't want to.
A sound, a shrill flash, followed by the breaking of a small.
In case we need it. Yes, it is pretty cool, isn't it?
There is only one.
It contains insight to the victim's person. By his picture.
The glassy.
You've acquired an interactable.
His eye, dark brown hair grows on his head. The corpse is.
Who is he?
The corpse looks right through. As you narrow, this is a trick. Only the lower extremity.
I see.
The monster.
So, what do you think? Agreed. Especially on the neck. The belt acted like a tourniquet, keeping the blood in. Everything here seems to corroborate that assumption. But we should still get him down before. Agreed. Especially, there's always a chance. We should check for ligament marks on his neck to see if they're in tune with the belt. We'll have to get him down first.
The pool of
the victim appears to.
The fuck he saying?
Talking about shit.
Maybe. I do.
Stop talking and.
It means you fucked him up good, Kuno.
I agree.
His personality is
totally different. That sounds about right, yes.
But there is no.
Are you sure we finished the preliminary examination of the cadaver? The steel reinforced belt.
He doesn't.
The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters high. Neither one of us can reach the belt without someone else.
What was that about processing, then? Weren't they supposed?
No. Think of the boys from processing as murderers. Only instead of people, they murder crime scenes. Processing is a... I know it's hard, but I assure you, the others won't come to help us. And we have a growing climb up there, and there has to be a less risky way. With less falling down of trees. I was really hoping we wouldn't.
I would really prefer if there was another way. These people might have an agenda.
오, 생각 안 했었는데 해볼까?
But what other? The man before you is naked.
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
How?
Where the buckle ties the rope to the branch. That's a good spot to aim.
Where?
Yeah, now what?
They'll miss. The pigs will miss, Kuno.
The lieutenant's brow is furrowed. He appears too deep in concentration to even look.
I'll blow his head.
Yeah.
Silence and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and
전장을 식권총이라니 정말.
securing it in place. That's a keel. He then steps back and assumes the fellow's steps position, taking aim. The his voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoed.
God damn it.
A lot of things.
Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's not fucking handicapped, is he? Kuno's.
The lieutenant.
I have to say.
You know, you don't feel like too bad of a shot.
백과사전, 수사학, 연극, 개념화, 시각화 분석. 한계가 있구나. 내면 세계도 일종이. 하면 되돌릴 수 없겠지? 역시. 잼으로 하는 건 그렇고요.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants. The fish lips stay silent in response.
I told you, he is male, 40 to 50, with an athletic build.
마지막인데.
Yes, we do. It's bad as it. Go ahead.
This is the sorry.
The cold pit you've held.
What are you waiting for?
The buckle comes into
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth?
your field of the slow mo.
Look, he's crying.
72%.
You're gonna cry now, fucking faggoty.
야!
A plume of smoke, you missed the belt, but hit the corpse straight in the chest. Bits of ribcage protrude from the skin. No blood. Only a murky slug.
Oh my god, he's gonna fucking cry. I knew it. What a mulkum.
Ask for another shot. You'll get it with the next one.
The cadaver is already
It came out wrong. There is...
Victor Power wants to fuck up again bad.
미치겠구만.
The cadaver is already
It came out wrong. There
Victor Power wants...
it feels dry. Nothing comes out of... The lieutenant watches you jerk some tears.
또 하기 위함이야.
The lieutenant gently picks...
We still need to get him the bad way. The way I didn't want us to. To ask the sus clearly, we can't.
Suck my dick.
저는 세이브 로드 신공을 쓰겠습니다.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and white boots.
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
How?
Where the buckle ties the rope to the...
Where?
Yeah. No, don't miss. The pigs will miss Kuno.
The lieutenant's brow is
I'll blow his...
Take it. Yeah, take the...
silence and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tuck, securing it. That's a keel. He then steps back and assumes the fellow's stance position. The big voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes.
God damn it.
A lot of things.
Kuno could have hit it easy. Kuno's...
The lieutenant doesn't say a word. Just
I have to say,
you know, you don't feel like to.
it's bad as it. Go ahead.
This is the sod...
Yeah, take it, you fucking banana boy.
The cold piece of bait you've held.
Fuck are you waiting?
The buckle comes in
Why don't you just shoot yourself?
your field of Islam.
Look, he's crying.
43이잖아 그래도.
Cry now, fucking faggoty.
됐다. 요호!
The buckle explodes into tiny pieces, with your hand numb from the recoil, looking straight at you, helpless.
아
trapped in
이게
the
되게
cell.
되는구나.
Communism.
커뮤니즘.
It takes a millisecond for the association to flash within you. Then the rigor in his muscles gives up, and he smashes sideways into the spring mud, letting out a horrid stench.
Ace is high.
Ace is high.
The Ace is high, a custom invented by the Aerostatic Brigade. You could add an Ace's low to it, if you like, by turning your back. The high arrives with a sharp slap. Chill. It's gonna connect. But then it does, and with furious precision.
I knew these guys were.
Kuno cracks with laughter.
I knew they suck each other up.
We will perform a field autopsy and deter.
Slumped on the ground.
It looks like I feel like taking a break from the stench. I'm sorry to interrupt. Yes, the 4 phases of a murder. I can't say I'm satisfied with that part yet. 2. Initial examination of the victim. 3. Field autopsy.
The fuck are they on?
Cops are gonna cut his shit up.
4 and final, transport of the coroner's case to the district morgue. No, you and I are detectives. The honorary rank of detective signifies our ability to handle the entire incident. An honor and a burden attached to your rank. With shooting like that? In the meantime, we should try to interview Evrard Clare.
안 주고 돌아갈 방법은 없구만.
Harbor property was. Or we could ask around for the representative of the logistics company. My initial information says the Wild Pines have sent some sort of strike negotiator to wrangle control back.
You could ask the gardener for directions.
Yes. And those were the interviewees.
Interviewees.
The rotting man lie. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Come on, officer. You know
what you do know is, at 18.9 kilometers, the dormant shield.
Fine. It's a 3-part form to be filled out on the scene. A scalpel is not always required. I hope this is one of those cases. Latex gloves are, however. There truly is a time for everything, even for yellow gardening gloves. However, they are lacking hygienically. I mean when I need you to. Until then, I should handle in your paperwork, officer. Just fill out the field autopsy form.
Now they only have one paperwork.
Officer, what haven't you lost? I've noticed that, yes, and I must say I find it troubling. I can give you my paperwork. There's an autopsy form there. Several edges.
As you say the words, you find yourself peering from the corner of your eye. To where? A trash container. Yellow.
I guess you've got to start finding at least some. We should locate your ledger, then hurry back to the autopsy as soon as possible. I thought we decided to leave it to processing.
Damn it. This is turning into some... Okay, so you can sneak out of your room, maybe. This trash container is locked. The body is downwind from here.
We could try using a pry bar, the one you took from my motor carriage, or we might want to ask for a key from the manager of the Whirling in Rags. He probably has one, and he also has information.
도구를 장비하지 않은. 도구를 장비합시다.
This trash container is locked. The sliding
그래도
has
3%야?
a padlock that says Whirling in Rags. Force time isn't happening. You've jammed the pry bar under the lid, but there's a creaking sound as the pry bar slips under the lid.
Let's ask the manager for the key.
있을까?
A thin man is as you step in. Okay, it's definitely not his name. Whatever you do, please don't call him Garancy Quebec. The man puts his cup down and replies something. He smiles and bangs his lips almost like music, especially with the sounds of assorted dishes. By the way, where is home? The address is coming up blank, but you've been at this hostel cafeteria for only 3 nights. Where were you before? You don't really know, do you? South, maybe. Doesn't sound like somewhere you can stay if you can try. Run some addresses in your head.
나그카란도 스킬 포인트가 필요하구나. 그렇구만. 그렇구만.
Can I help you? God.
Oh, but he should be. Lay it on him. Life doesn't have a back button. Now,
Wonderful.
it is. It's wonderful.
What? What does that mean? Cock carousel. God, does it mean you talked to...
What else do you need? The man leans his hands.
She broke the bird, you know. The great skewer. I found it on the ground. I should have known. It was her way of telling me to piss off.
Or you broke the bird. It can also... Yes, the bird is connected to this. It's a symbol of hope, and she broke it.
Huh. Cock carousel. I think I will ride the cock carousel until the clock runs out. Now, let me have a drink and think about this.
And there we have it.
Can I help you? What thing? Yes, not the whole damn union, thank God. Just the not. They come here in the evenings. Dumb, unruly types. Think they're big shit. But they're good customers. They place big orders and always pay on time.
We should find out who the North faction is occupying the booth. We don't. We have to wait. They'll show up.
There are these things called...
What?
By the way, you should come back to this thing-based...
Mine? No, it belongs to the Whirling in Rags.
Thank you for clearing that up. Why do you...
Why? To keep the hobos and drunks out. That's why. And the neighbors too.
I thought as much. And
Well, yes. Us and the garbage disposal company.
It seems a little callous, doesn't it? Something stirs in you. Prod at him and find out.
Callous? What are you? Krasmazov? Almost all of...
Krasmazov, nom de guerre, was an economist and a historical materialist. He was a leading figure on the Grad side of the Senate. He killed himself.
what are we talking about? Was this not about the trash content? We should return to the case of your mistaken identity.
What for? Mazov? Are you planning to nationalize my trash container?
It concerns the
Nationalize
case.
it.
Please cooperate.
Just bring them back once you're done, please. Absolutely out.
Absolutely. In the question. Your body is ready, sire.
Yes, have you got it? Like what? I was really enjoying talking about the money you owe me. Another thing. Great. Yes.
열심히 생각했고요. 내 구두가 갑자기? 잉글리시인 한국어라고 하니까 이렇게 되는구만.
The bed is cold and not.
The option to go to sleep becomes a
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression.
오른손에 절단기를 하신단 말이야?
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, the faucet is quite terrible. That you handle the chain cutters told you that you need. The mirror begins to clear slowly without you having to it.
깨끗하게 만들어서 뭐가 되는? 아, 그래서 플러스 2%.
This trash container is locked. With a well, don't. Maybe you shouldn't. Just the feeling. A warning from some. The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste.
We're just in time. This hasn't been.
You see, you've done this before. The movements are recorded. No. Search. A box falls into pieces in your hands. Among the threadbare kitchen towels, as the legs of the slime-covered jeans begin to...
The victim's clothes? Drop them in here, officer. Guitar-marked blue jeans. Pockets. The bat is missing. That's it. Do you see anything else in there?
Something slimy. A drab, long-sleeved shirt, olive-colored, appears from the food waste, dripping with pus.
This is a military-type overgarment.
The rest of the rags are just kitchen variety.
All right. We should go to Gart again and ask if he knows who put the clothes in the trash. Not really. All we know is the victim's clothes are in the trash.
The fuck's he on about?
See?
The lieutenant nods, then looks back. It's just organic waste. What's this? A blue piece of plastic sticks out from the apple peels. It's something larger. A clipboard. A blue plastic clipboard with...
Looks like we found your paperwork. Yes, it is. Look. This plastic has the RCM street grid on it. You've even got an auto. If you don't mind me asking, how did this get in the trash? Boring. Try dangerous. You should do a thorough inventory of that. Be sure some has not fallen into the hands of the RCM. It would also not hurt to start taking notes on the case.
Some items, such as the ledger you found, are in...
You pick out a broken mug with an oddly racist depiction of the yellow man, only in its social sensibility.
Mm-hmm.
container sounds a muffled gong.
That's one thing off the list. I think we got it all.
The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste. The container sounds a muffled gong. The rotting man, the lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath. The dead man stares in silence as you crack open the ledger. The bright red paper is covered in boxes and lists, describing the condition of his skin and organs in 3 parts. Above those, an 11-field info form needs filling out first. It begins with,
That's you. Not an energetic start.
Pig's messed up. Kuno feels pissy.
Just leave it empty.
The corpse lied.
KK57-0803.0815. Next, NA. Next, NA. Roughly 50.
Try 40. The damage is so extensive, it's better to err on the young side.
Major?
He nods.
Mondial.
Fair to olive-skinned, from the Isola of Mundi. This is as vague as it gets. You might as well say whitish. The pudgy mess of curdled meat looks neither mondial nor anything other.
Fucky!
Male.
Pigs can have sex?
Nor does he look male with his pregnant belly.
We're still going with
아,
my
새끼들 너무 똑같다. 커뮤니티에 있는 애들이랑 너무 똑같다.
What else? 9. Body identified by is non-applicable. 10. Case number is the same as
KK57 0503 081.
None. At least not after the initial examination.
A silent nod. Your central nervous system recognizes this gesture. It's the stations of the breath. Ecclesiastic, religious in nature, a holdout from pre-DeLorean burial rites. It takes in.
We should start the post-mortem.
The corpse cannot feel Kim's hand on his chest. It no longer meaningful.
Clothes. The deceased wears armored boots and white briefs.
See, it's happening.
Babrodine, yes. Inexpensive. Size M. Color white.
M이라고 사이즈가?
The disappointment is palpable.
The boots are ceramic, vitreous enamel. They are fused to his skin from blood flowing downward post-mortem. Removal of the boots is left.
It would be clever of you to omit the boots altogether, sire. If you are to keep them for yourself, as you ought to, you have deserved them. More patience. After the autopsy, before the body is...
The boot has a serial number. It's E50.100.100. Tattoos. The upper torso is covered in a single continuous tattoo resembling a microelectronical circuit board. It reaches from the right shoulder to the heart. The ink is blue and white. The assistant has a color photograph of the markings to be added to the case files as document A1. The photo is taken on the scene using a triggered mini. The deceased has a belt for airlifting cargo around his neck, tied with a hangman's knot. Color yellow. Length 3 meters. There is a buckle on the other end. Well nourished, athletically built, measuring 1.8 meters. Generally consistent with age 42. Preservation is good. Ambient temperature below freezing.
1.8m. 미터 쓰라는 게 참.
Body hair is light brown. Distribution is consistent with the age. The deceased had male pattern baldness. Hair is combed back, short.
The hair under your latex fingers feels cold to touch. The stench is suffocating. There must be brilliantine in there. He's combed his hair back with oil. More hair sticks to the glove. Hair off the rain-soaked. For a fraction of a second you feel something. An irregularity. What was what? Brilliantine. There's brilliantine in his hair.
Lividity is consistent with hanging. The head is congested. Contusions are present on the head, chest, and thighs.
Fucking low velocity. You think Kuno doesn't know what you're talking about? Talking shit about Kuno's velocity.
In addition, there are bite marks on the face, scalp, and chest, consistent with predation.
높은 속도로 수정한다. 아, 이렇게 해본 적 없는데.
Ligature mark. Still wiring. There's too much of it. We need to remove the bell so we can get to the ligature mark.
You got just the right tool for that. The chain cutters.
무가단기야.
The hanged man lets out a joyous little bubble.
Always good to think ahead. Now,
원래는
we need to cut the bell to see the ligature mark below. Okay.
See, my pig is gonna fuck his head.
No, he ain't. Your pig's a boring fuck.
제시도 할 수 없습니다. 아.
The belt is equally tight around the whole circumference of his neck. The knot is the weak spot. The chain cutters fit in
한번
there.
찾아봤다.
Steady now, like a flower arranger. After some deliberation, you sink the cutter, snap. The knot is slashed. Another cut and the belt.
The rope rises to a point, leaving a gap in the ligature mark. The suspension point is in the back of the neck. Hemorrhaging is observed on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. The mark is well pronounced, consistent with a drop from 1 or 1.5 meters. Chest is intact, normal contour. Abdomen is protuberant, pelvis intact, genitalia.
No! Let's get out and see!
I fucking knew it!
Genitalia is male and unremarkable. No evidence.
The dead man's penis is average sized, congested from the downward collection of.
Back is symmetrical and intact. Upper and lower extremities are intact, but asymmetrical. There are combat injuries on the right hand, thigh, and hip. In addition, I see smaller, residual scars, too numerous to count, covering
from wounds sustained over 2, maybe more decades. Suspension and accumulation indicate.
We have a real museum here. Battles, wars. Last item, hands.
The hand feels heavy.
Hands are clean. No sign of injury from struggling. Maybe I'm just not sick. Oh, that's all for the external. Well done. What next? Central nervous system. I have nothing. Do you have anything?
Of course, there is a moral to be drawn from it. A moral.
What would that be?
The dead man looks, too, with barely contained excitement to him.
I think that may well be the moral of every story. Good. Musculoskeletal.
뭔가 있다며.
Purge fluid is coming from.
With his eyes almost closed, the lieutenant puts his hand on the dead man's throat and begins to massage it. You hear cracks as the lieutenant moves his sharp fingers inside the flesh, like the creaking of an old house at night.
Yeah, Jack!
The hyoid bone is fractured. The rest of the musculoskeletal respiratory system. Oral cavity shows no lesions. The victim has received dental implants, possibly after a combat wound. Mouth swollen, hemorrhaging present in mucus.
No scream, no sigh of relief rises from the darkness inside. It's humid there. Sickly sweet air, unlike anything living. You feel like you're about to throw up again. Straight in that mouth. It's hard. Once more, you taste stomach acid in the back of your throat. Inside, you see darkness. Deep silence as always.
hemorrhaging present in mucus. Hepatobiliary, NA. Are you a hepatobiliary expert?
Hepato means liver, and biliary, the gallbladder and bile ducts. Nothing in your alcohol-soaked memory directs to having foreign.
Neither am I. That's it. Same for toxicology and serology, NA. Unless you have untapped reservoir.
Reservoirs? No, but do they take obscure trivia and odd tidbits?
No. Like a toxicology screening? At this stage, I doubt processing will find anything, even if he was brimming with cocaine. But still, you should have a request. Cardiovascular. The body exhibits heavy lividity. Gastrointestinal.
This will do.
Digested semi-solid food in stomach. Voila. What's next on the list? Let's see. We have bite marks, contusions on the head and chest, and a ligature mark encircling the neck. You'll need 3 fields. Leave a 4th one too.
Be thorough if you want maximum results.
Nothing. Just in case. Head, chest, and scalp bite mark injury. And your opinion, officer? Agreed. Next injury. So, the scalp bleeds from a post-mortem head injury, a stone. The injury does not have the rim of an early inflammation.
At maximum velocity, fucko!
Has confessed to causing it at maximum velocity.
Coagulated blood sticks to the scalp and chest, where the countless stones have hit the dead man, beneath the description of...
Right. Neck dark red abraded ligature mark encircling the neck, with a gap on the nape measuring, let's say, 7 centimeters. The hyoid bone is fractured, the cervical column intact. I see hemorrhaging on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. Depth of the mark, 1 centimeter. No signs of clawing on the neck.
Below the note, 2 customary boxes wait to be ticked. The man's head jerks to the side. Think for a moment. There's time. Don't rush.
That's it. We have established cause of death. It's not much, and it leaves much to be questioned, but it's a start. Let's wrap this up. I pronounce this field autopsy over. Well, we established probable cause of death. Some would say that's the goal of an autopsy. We also requested a toxicological screening. That was thorough. The results should arrive in a couple of weeks, if we are lucky. I will not hold my breath. We were thorough with the list of injuries, too. We described them all in detail. What is there to say? Given the circumstances, it was a professional field autopsy. I need a copy of that autopsy form. Then I will drive him to Faubourg for processing.
You tilt your head, also looking at the corpse. I'm sure we didn't get everything. There's always something.
I'm gone. I'm a joke. Look at me. A killer. A motherfucker. And a killer. Go ahead, Oba. Into the wild pale yonder.
이쪽으로 가면 거의 심령 수사할 수 있겠구만.
In the path. Way out. What do you mean? It's the power of your imagination. Go ahead. Ask me, what do you mean? Ask me more questions. Because you're a copperoon coming rider. Copperoony Rooney. Because you have loved me in Provocapo. It was love all along. Huh? You're misquoting me, Rooney. I said communism killed me. Love did me in.
You really need to learn the difference.
Fuck no. You're no Rooney. Between you and me, your name is probably... You can be anything you want, brother Corpo. Sure, Lobo. Looking at my face, motionless, looking into my eyes. Ha!
The clown lips on the corpse. Something is on its way. Something hidden. It's coming. A miracle.
Do I remind you of
a child born with Moller's disease? Harlequin.
There you go. Look at that bright kid. We're birds.
Feeling nausea, vomiting, tenderness or pain.
Come back later, Corpo. Amuse yourself with my Frank. Shoot, Looney Rooney. Come back later, Corpo. Amuse yourself with my Frank manners and my memento mori features. If possible.
You run your hands over the victim's cold body, his limbs, the genitals in his breeches.
Do you think we missed something? Okay, well, we are in livor mortis here. It would have to be industrial in
Fuck are you looking at?
only for else fails.
Or remember the buttons on that intercom over.
Hurry. This is one task we cannot sideline. With every hour, whatever we are looking for will become harder to find.
참겼어.
The pig's getting pretty close. Looks like it's time. I'm going away.
What's going on there? Fuck are you trying to pull, pig?
I come from the woods. Good, the big dude.
Don't be charming.
해도 뭐 해금되는 건 없구만.
Hello, sir. Step right in. The store is open. Are you interested in a new and exciting book? It's a bookstore, sir. We sell books, postcards, and some board games. It's called Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People.
Books, postcards, easy.
Yes, that's exactly it. You got it, sir. What about board games? Okay, sir. This was all very enlightened. Okay, sir. I'll try to answer any question. A fridge? You mean like the ice bear fridge?
Ice bear fridge?
Yes, like a bear but white. There's a fridge below the building in the basement with red glowing eyes. Mum doesn't want me to go there anymore. Not that I want to. Yes. That's a problem. The only way in, but I don't know. You're a policeman. Maybe you can convince her somehow. Anyway. My name is Annette, sir. My mum, her name is Plaisance. She owns the store. She's inside, minding the register. Feel free to step in and browse up. I'm signalling that the store is open. Otherwise, people might not know. They'd miss out on the crime, romance, and biographies of famous. Thank you, sir. I'm happy to help Mum out with the store. I do my studies at home at the moment. I have to help Mum keep this place right. Mum says it's necessary to do both because it builds character. Mum says a proper worker is dutiful. That's how you get ahead in life. You succeed.
There is stress and unease behind these words. She's reciting etiquette.
Mum says it's peachy. She was a little afraid at first. There's cursed in the way that makes them say that no business has ever really thrived here, sir. That they all go... Exactly. But we've been doing fine so far.
We can go into the bookstore and ask about the case. But I don't seem...
Yes. Please do also look at our wares inside. The postcards and board games are there, sir.
It does not manifest itself in no such thing.
Anything else you wanted? Nothing really, sir. Mum doesn't allow me. Maybe I can tell you about some of our books instead.
A small mountain of colorful board game boxes, an endless variety of sourcebooks. There's also a large hardbound tome with intricate cover art, The Hunters of Katawak, Boreal Creature Compendium, and a Pick Your Path adventure game book titled Tales of Wirral, Cavern of Velkrag. Books in a board game section? Who wants to read books? There's a box that says Wirral, 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplements Module. The side panel notes, a fantastic advent. That price is steep, but then it's the 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplement, so it makes sense.
Wonderful board games, sir. The Viticulture Braubritter is a fun game of economic competition, but can get quite intense after a while. Don't be so hard on yourself, sir. You just need to click. For playing with friends, I'd recommend lousy auras there. No, roll. I've heard they turn people.
You see a set of...
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only. Nothing. Now, please go.
She speaks almost as if she's... Oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you away, you see some kind of charm, an irregular polyhedron. This is a traditional Seminese ward, meant to provide protection against inhabitants of Ile de Fantôme. Aside from poking at it suspiciously, there...
Welcome to crime. Be welcome. And please take responsibility for the energy you bring into this space. I am the proudest owner of our little shop of culture. Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. Cursed? Who said that?
What in God's name is she talking about?
Annette, yes, my daughter. Wonderful. Did you talk to her? Great. On a scale of 1 to 10, how compelled, my precious. Her dedication brings joy to my heart. If you have children, I hope they turn out as great as my Annette. Mind your own business, sir.
Denial is the way she copes with criticism.
You must be kidding. There's nothing like that happening. Good, sir. What does a young child do with...
Such criminal behavior would not happen in more developed countries.
Those countries will realize they've raised a lazy and spoiled generation. Are we done?
Yes, we've had quite enough fun here. Right.
The woman before you scans the store.
A fridge? No, I don't know anything about...
For whatever reason, she's lying to you about the fridge. Seems like you... The curtains tattered with egg, just as you're about to...
Sir, don't touch that. I told you it's off limit. Parapsychologically speaking, we're done if you decide to open.
She looks away, mumbling. Why is everyone always messing with the curtains? Why can't they just buy books?
Why? It's not like anyone would... I'm sorry. I don't mean to be so impolite.
The curtains do seem frail suddenly, not robust enough to contain it.
No, it's just a storeroom for the employees. I told you. Now, please step away from the curtains. No, please just talk.
Talking is always good. Ghosts, the curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust.
그래, 한번 얘기해 봅시다.
Again, esteemed officer, and welcome. I already told you, it's just a storage room. Just let it go, officer. Go.
She recites it like it's a poem, or like she's so tense, it's a miracle she hasn't snapped in half yet.
It's just for decoration. Okay, fine. It's because this place is cursed. Just like Annette said, they don't call it the doomed Are you happy now, officer? Happy that you've ruined everything?
Host of hosts, she prays.
It's not good to talk about the curse, not in detail. The negativism. It's dangerous. Talking about the void wraiths angers them.
Wow. Void Graves. You have new...
Yes, I've contacted numerous parapsychologists, and the wards help to keep the doom at bay and protect us against the darkness that lies for... Oh, this! No, it's a special Himian amulet, blessed by desert pygmy shamans, with a spell of compulsion. It's to compel people to buy books. There are numerous spells cast throughout the store. I had the books anointed with a different inducement spell, for example.
Desert Pygmy Shamans. That sounds like a rather questionable one.
The curse is so much worse. It's the curse of financial distress, of ruin and bankruptcy. It's not just that, officer. We're dealing with something supernatural here. It's the cacodemons feeding off bad business practices and disappointing income statements. There's something wrong with this building, I can tell you. Ever since I arrived, I've sensed an eerie, lingering presence, as if I was unwanted here. Most certainly not. I don't want anyone who's not for...
My liege, you know what this case calls for? A para-detective.
아, 가정교육에 참견한 마이너스 1이야? 진짜, 야.
A dead what? Oh my god! A victim of the curse? The curse has started killing people? You're right. It's worse than I imagined.
Yeah.
We definitely have to contain it now.
Yes, this is your chance. This is your chance. Only a para-detective can solve this case.
왜 안 올라가지?
Slither up to her, you silver-tongued fiend. Show her what world-class perfidy looks like.
Are you sure? Don't think I haven't seen charlatans before. You're no para-detective. You look nothing like one.
You look like one. The lieutenant keeps his usual stony calm. He silently picks out his notebook.
How do you know all this?
Here we go.
Your parsimonies. Oh, it means our meeting couldn't have been mere chance. But I am not the only one at risk. I have to think of my daughter. You are certain you can help us? Keep us safe? I can't allow any collateral damage to hit us. If you promise, good officer, then you might be our last hope. Do you swear it? Thank you, sir. There's one more thing I haven't told you about yet. The entity.
Do not act surprised. You know of these things, sire.
You have? The entity takes the form of a woman, a witch probably. I've suspected that she must be connected to the curse ever since I first saw her. Did you know that she lives inside the chimney?
Chimney.
Yes, that chimney is part of the building's central furnace, and it's enormous. She has barricaded herself behind some metal security curtains. God knows what she's doing there. Some unnatural magic, I assume. You should go find the entity and ask what happened to all the companies in the building. What is the source of this curse? Here's the key to the warded door behind the curtains. Take it. Oh, and please do return to me after you've
아가리
looked round.
파이팅으로 이렇게 할 수
I'm
있는
quite
거구나.
anxious to know what she has to say about the curse. What you discover in there.
What do you discover? Probably just office space and the damn fridge.
Okay, but please, only a few questions.
The woman before you scans the store. You see a set of tattered... You see an...
Oh!
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you. Only an echo, a hollowed out. After exerting some force, you manage to turn the key.
Detective, you're the one in charge.
안 통하네.
A barbell lies on its 60 kilograms. Your triceps hum at the sight. There are no collars on the barbell. This is a safety hazard.
60도 못 들어?
You're right. The weight may fall off. Better not touch it then. It would be a violation of EPIS safety regulations if the gym was still operating.
The barbell waits patiently on the floor, like a dog for its master. You manage to hoist it off the ground, but the barbell feels wobbly and dangerous. Your hands slick with sweat. Turns out you're no beast, just an old man.
Proper weightlifting gloves would definitely afford a better.
아 여기서 오버될 걸 그랬나? 손전등 진짜 개구리네. 아니 이게 원래 손전등이 이꼬라진가?
Your flashlight slides over an old green chalk. Some of the writing has faded with age. The photo collage depicts barren, icy landscapes. Wrapped, entire oceans have been frozen from shore to shore. You see primitive oil rigs built into glaciers, boreal dvorg, yurts under the snow. Great, albeit dark and cold, this vision also feels cozy in its own way. Like a pinned postcard reads, these lithe, pointy-eared creatures appear to be different types of welkins, translucent welkins, with organs shining under their skin, and even ether welkins, hailing from the vast emptiness of. You should adopt one of those welkins as your persona. No longer a mere man, but one of the welkins, towering among the rest, appears to its Vara Hamira, a high welkin, his face white and scarred like cracked marble. This is clearly a welkin supremacist. The note says, all non-Welkin races will be purged. The Haldor, the Dwarg, the humans, and even headless men, all of them, purged. Imagine a world filled only with...
An inordinate amount of time has gone into drawing these little Welkin creatures. Some people really like building a world, I think, even if it's just for a game. This looks like concept art for a project. It's not really real. Political commentary. That one has a great beard. Just look at those details.
This is a monthly calendar from the year 50. Cryptic words like sprint, daily minimi, and GPI span the month. It looks a bit like an academic. Minimi stands for a mini meeting. It's part of a bigger framework for managing work called RUN. Station 41 tried to implement it a few years ago, but failed. As time goes on, the numbers in the boxes grow rarer and rarer. The board becomes an empty snowfield in the final days.
Looks like they didn't make it.
A note in the bottom left corner, the handwriting is only partly legible, but you can still make out 3 slogans. The full text reads, there they both are. 2 identical shoes, both copiously green and ended like 2 baby crocodiles. It's pretty clear a normal cop is not what you are. Good, they're balanced, comfy. Aces low. For the rest of the world, the Aces low is just some cool relish. This appears to be some kind of machine.
A radio computer. Just sitting here with...
What he means is that...
But we are looking for a fridge, and we are pressed for it.
On the other hand, it's not that I'm not interested. This is the Ream Civic radio computer, model RC5. The machine lights up like some prehistoric animal stirring from its slumber. It's empty like a beehive without its brood. Some cables.
This is where the memory should go.
Nothing happens. Nothing happened. Something's missing. There's no tape in the play. Nothing happened. Something's missing. There's no... It's just a racist mug. What's there to read here? Oh boy, here we go. What are you going to say about a broken, tossed away mug that you dug out of the garbage? If you want to earn some change by guilting people, an intricate web of it almost looks like they've gone. For you to discuss, someone who knows about history could tell you. It's the ledger you found in the trash. A pitiful, there's a piece of toilet paper, or is it cleaning tissue? It's a metaphor. Thank you, waterlogged ledger, for it's just toilet paper sticking to the back of the plastic clipboard. You can take it off if you want. Still wet, the toilet paper peels off the plastic easily. An aluminium block runs the width of the board. The surface is interrupted by a silvery, looks like an official mark, made to be low visibility out. It is similar to the RCM watermark on your blazer, the lieutenant mentioned. Didn't what?
Yes, halogen watermark used for adding information to RCM prop. It depends. Aside from an anti-counterfeiting stamp, mine has my...
Maybe yours would have how many cases you've solved.
Any capable light with the right wavelength will do. Yes, RCM vehicles have had lights tuned especially to reveal halogen watermark.
This means you can read the watermarks if you just turn the lights on.
Okay.
While a bunch of sodden papers sag from the clipboard in your hand, they're not exactly white. Once in a while, there's work stripe. It's the middle of March. You have attempted to... What do you mean? Is that all?
Huh? 2 complex cases to undertake is a lot, yes. You read 2. That's a lot. I didn't mean to say you are making mistakes, by the way. That's okay. We all do, sooner or later.
Like a fan of girls, the checkered paper, yes. It appears you employ a title, one might say even. One that draws yes, all caps. One is called The Next World New. Others appear more light-hearted. The guys on account, it's going to take an effort to piece these case files together.
You mean the alphanumeric? Officer, precinct, time of arrival at the scene? Oh, you mean the titular? Yes, well, so do I. In our defense, almost everyone. It's a holdover from the early days of the RCM, right after the revolution, when the organization had little idea how to do again. In your defense, I seem to have named one, the man with the hole in his head. That was a real person. His death was, I pray his loved ones, the braille spiked through the head. He died. It was a workplace accident.
There is, for precisely one, once all the tasks are accomplished, the case is complete. Sadly, the ledger only comes with an old, worn-down lead pencil. The lieutenant looks at his blue note. He is not really saying anything. Just
know that I give this to you with resentment.
The tasks you've completed flow out to the inspect, get the body, interview the calf. It's not exactly poetry. A satisfying you're a swashbuckler with that pen, Harry. And it's things to be done and things already done.
No, actually. Any ideas? Great. That's great. That's actually what I want. I'm going to start calling it the Hanged Man. It's good we sorted this out.
The notebook is annual. It says 51. You don't exactly close them so much as distance yourself from the smelly papers. Arson, petty theft, you don't exactly close them so much. Yes, you can piece them together using the alphanumeric code on the margin. Why, yes, your precinct, every last alphanumeric in the files begins with it. And these are your case files. It's safe to say HDB that is improbable. It takes about half an hour to piece one together using the system you've devised. This one is cause of failure. Rent too high. The mural is enormous. True love is possible. People call it that thing and that fucking thing. It's visible from the graffito crew is easy to track down. Only the bell lectures have the literage of industrial paint to cover them. The case files do not show you finding them. The crew agrees to clean up after themselves. However, your partner, JV, is against the removal, citing public support for conservation. The 9,000 people subjected to the mural's message, all of Lakeside, Central Jamrock, and Villalobos, plus half of the eminent, a staggering 78% of voters choose to keep it. Turns out the opposition were a loud minority, and that love truly is possible in the next world for new people, and it is too late for us. Did someone ask what you believe in, man with the smelly toilet ledger? What do AKA Leslie and Burke, AKA the public indecency drunk and the property. Leslie will always take his pants off when he's drunk. Burke will always trash everything. It's just what they do. It is their nature. You cannot change the nature of a man, and you can't lock them away because public indecency and small-scale property that the only way for Leslie to stop flashing his genitals to bypasses and for Burke to stop dismantling signage and rear-view mirrors would be for them to stop drinking out. You would think that, but you're wrong. Where's the fun in exposing your genitals? Can you keep yourself off the streets? Threatening fines, dragging them to the station, locking them up in the hellholes they live in, locking them up in the station. It's plain to see from the files that you, Satellite Officer JV, and Special Consultant TH, good, you're learning. If the files are to be trusted, that's all there is to it. That and Burke breaking things, and the fact that they're both drunk. But then he must have it confused with the property he likes to damage. But the joke's on him. You're drunk out of your mind and taking Pilsner. You slammed in the process. The ledger sustains damage. The compartment within, reserved for permeable documents, is jammed shut. He came at us, and at us. I think he was trying to kill Burko. While trying to kill Burko, you slowly come around. Vip can't get out of his apartment, an invalid. With Burke to tend to, Leslie cuts back on the indecent exposure. Maybe he flashes his genitals to Burke. Who knows? But both drunks are off the street. The complaints stop. The unsolvable case is solved. Which is also why the office... It would be very interesting to read about these, wouldn't it? I mean, there seems to be a square-shaped entry wound in the victim's forehead. She's been sitting there for weeks, on her rocking chair. That's all you got. From the half hour you spent piecing it together, who knows? Those pages of one day you may still catch the man with the square gun. Some assholes brought their couch outside and hung out on it. In the middle of the street, on the roof, on the insufferable dicks. Young people are the worst. So anyway, you got a complaint about the deck. They were leaving it out in all these unexpected and whimsical locations. The cigarette butts, coffee cups, stupid couch. No, you didn't have time for that. These notes show that you have what is called a real goddamn job. You don't have time. Murder. Tum-tum-tum. At the hookah parlor was a case originally assigned to an officer called Joseph Mills, who is now dead. Of circumstances beaten to death by a throng of Villa Lobos gang members when him and his partner J.M., only initials mentioned, answered a call one night. It's a sad story, and it isn't. Joseph Mills was on this case that he just couldn't solve, was doing it solo, said it was a real nutcracker, a real brain twister. Mills didn't get off the pot. Not yet. He kept at it for a couple of weeks more. No, he was awful. Awful sense of humor, too. The worst jokes you've ever heard. Really rapey. Still, he'd been on it for months now. Okay, so the case is handed to you because Mills isn't getting anywhere, and you look into it. No, it's soot and water vapor. It doesn't do anything. Yeah, so anyway, young man in his 20s found with his skull busted open. No one enters, no one exits. He's just sucking on his watermelon hookah all morning, all noon, like he usually does. He's a regular. Mills has no idea. Invisible assassin, movie deal gone sour. Girl at the counter did it. Nothing fits. Eerie. Man just dropped dead. So you go to the... See? You can't even read the thing without solving it. Yeah, it was that. Turns out hookah does do something. Smoking hookah. Didn't you hear? I don't know. Trying to come up with a movie script, maybe. Anyway, that was Murder at the Hookah Parlor. Joseph Mills wasn't a good detective, and about 30 minutes has passed, piecing it together. Next. Not much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of sodom. It takes about half an hour. Not much has changed. In the back, you see them rip them from the binder and add 3. The topmost are misconduct fines. The middle ones are station calls. And the bottommost are field autopsy forms. Each is easy enough to make sense of. You don't have to be an intellectual giant to do police work. A monetary penalization ranging from 20 to 250 real, but they appear pleasantly. These are quite sinister in turn. They give a date and all in a print so small it could be considered downright cute. A dozen pages of thin copy paper, bright red in color. Yes, all that remains now is to fill those forms and the rest of the stinking scent. It's made of dark blue plastic, hard enough to beat someone to submission. Something rattles inside and something small inside. The permeables. It's not hidden per se. The plastic shimmers like lapis lazuli. With your hands, you 4-sized pages hang from the clip screwed to the top of the board. It is not what you end up doing. The ledger quivers in your hand. As it shakes, the pages rustle. The acidics, like the bits they put into public piss box. Remember when I said, why, yes it is. Among many other things. The acidics, like the bits they put in. Remember when I said, why, yes it is. Lonesome, long way home. Here we go. Home. It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers. Just relax. The slides snap back into without resistance. 2 ticket stubs and a handmade postcard. 2 octopuses are smiling, reaching their tentacles toward each other. Thin wax paper has been glued to a piece of cardboard. Sounds like it smells of a touch of cinnamon. The end of summer. You think the label says, familiar handwriting, a young woman in her 20s. There is care. Harry, it begins. You're already reading. Your hand shakes, holding the cup. Every step I take, it grows. By the time I reached you, every step I take will get lighter. It all kisses, kisses, kisses. You feel the air sucked out of your lungs, and the blood sparks fall like snow from the bone collector. A street card. You feel the ledger slip from your hand.
What's that?
There is nothing. Again. Well, almost nothing. There is the ground below you. That's still there. And that's me. 2 eyes. That's 2 as well.
He speaks of the sickening longing, the unwell emotion. Even in the darkness, he's grasping for it. Here in the paleo-mammalian cortex, we call it that because it's always there.
Tell him. Tell him.
Ah, yes. In the olfactory system, they call it the apricot joint.
Yeah, man. Fuck everything. Total blackout forever. Bloated corpse of the past resurfacing. Don't prod at it. It will start. There is no Voyager Road. There are no roads, no houses, no. Yeah, man. What was that about? You think they would let you? until you disintegrate into biomolecules.
Yes, they're pouring something on you. It's in you.
It's delicious. Glowing lights on a dashboard emerge out of nothingness.
타이틀이 아니라
In the upholstered cabin of
중간에
Lieutenant
트리거를
Kitsurami's
건드렸더니
motor
이런
carriage,
일이 생겼습니다.
seated in the driver's basket.
Drink. Water.
The water is cold, silvery, the stuff of life itself as it pours down your parched throat.
Drink. You haven't drunk water in 2 days. Did you know the human body is not...
Actually, beer and cider have loads of water in them.
But these are not the Franco-Nigerian centuries. We are in the present. It is safe to...
With greedy gulps, you down half a liter of cold water. Some of it spills on the driver's...
What happened? You were reading your paperwork. Then you passed out. I carried you to my kinema to take you to a hospital. Then you... 10 minutes, maybe. That does sometimes happen.
He replies with such understanding, it's as if the burnt-out ruins of the past...
You dropped these. Are you okay to proceed? Good.
The Ledger of Failure and Hatred is a special item that can be used both as an interactable and a tool equipped in your help.
그렇군요. 권위가 떨어지는군. 권위 따위 어디다 쓰냐 근데.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. Without resistance or sound, the two panels, the words just crossed your mind. Who do you think? It's slightly. Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
All right.
The dashboard lights like a leopard, waking. The lights unfold with a little click.
There you go. I'll turn them off from the remote once you're done. We just need to stand in front of the machine.
도서히 지도 복사본을 획득해야 해. 섰잖아 이 자식아.
We should think about putting it to jail. We should take care of that man. Let's talk to him anyway.
As you hold your ledger's clip under the headlamp.
There she is. Revachol West.
Around the borders of the watermark, the rectangular watermark is overlaid with the logo of the RCN. And
let me see. Right here. Oh yes. Coal City. Le Royaume.
There are many of them, and they are the first row has 18 dots. The next is the longest. You count 216 perforations. The last row has, as you look at them, you feel your index finger and something you'll do again.
Those are perforations. They represent your record as an officer of the RCN. They are your statistics, as it were. I should have guessed you'd keep a record. Officers often do.
Alpha male officers who are proud of them.
The first row represents your years of service. 18 years. Okay, not bad at all. That's what it says. I might have guessed even longer based on your age. What did you do all those blissful... Yes, that does seem quite likely. This next row, the one that wraps all the way around... Wow, more than 200. It's quite a lot, even for someone who's been on the force for nearly 2 decades. Usually, clearing more than 10 cases a year puts you in the 90s.
You know the answer already. The tingle in your index finger.
That's right. How did you know? Ah, right. Sometimes the brain's able to preserve certain responses even when the conscious
기억도 안
memory
못하는
is
애한테
For an RCM
뭘 시키고
officer,
있는 거야.
especially Precinct 41, which is in the Jamrock quarter, there are certain officers who treat their kills like some kind of ghoulish game. But it seems as though you are, or at least were, one of the good ones. Yes. Everyone has their own method of coping, some more effective or self-destructive than others. Personally, I find it helps to keep up a few hobbies. Oh, this and that. Let's not get into it now. Why not gardening? You've already got the... If you want to pour out the booze you've been carrying around on duty.
A dark pool of cheap wine appears at your feet. It shimmers in the lights of the Kanema.
Very noble of you. Are we done here?
The lieutenant nods.
Right. I'll go turn off the lights.
You can now see your statistics on your journal page, to the right of the task description.
정말 페이지 경찰 프로필이 생겼다. 이래서 파시스트가 인하된다고? 잠겼어. 일하다가 온 건데.
Yes? What do you want to know? I'm afraid you and I are pawns in a pissing competition. You don't know? I assumed you... That's good. Better still than an imbecile cop-off. It's just stupidity. The cop kind. Our precincts can't decide if Martinez is part of Jamrock or the industrial hub, or yours or mine, as if we somehow own parts of the city. Typical street gang mentality. So we've let the... well, sort of. It's less a matter of who get... I think the dispatch desk just told both our stations about the hanging. There was quite the brouhaha at the 57th, I can tell you that. Time to settle it, they said. Cop off. But I assure you, I am not their finest or toughest with 102.
So you volunteer to represent the 57th. Somewhere in your mind hangs a dark green blackboard. There are 2 columns. One says, cases solved. The other.
Well, technically, the official record keeper has been known to double count murder-suicides.
A common accounting gimmick used to inflate precinct stats.
I'm good enough for this case. I'm not here to compete. I came because I had to. My fellow officer... Yes. I'm an unrepentant spoilsport.
It's all part of the master plan, you see.
Really? It can't be that. Are you sure? Who could say it's not true? If you really don't remember anything. Martinez? Nothing. It's just a puddle at the end of some drain pipe.
The rows are endless. Jean Vitmer, Judith Minnow, a special consultant. What was his name?
Yes, it's a wholly pointless matter. Forget I ever mentioned it. What do you want to know? Ah, yes. 3 days ago, the RCM Emergencies Desk received a report about a security guard who was found hanged in Martinez. An anonymous caller said there was a dead body behind the Whirling in Rags hostel cafeteria. The cadaver had been there for 4 days. No one had come to investigate. During that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings, a security guard or worker of some sort hired by Wild Pines. They didn't identify themselves in any way. The tone was muffled using a device of some sort. There's a strong prejudice against involving the RCM in what's seen as that's us, the Revachol Citizens Militia. We're the police in this city.
The RCM, or the Revachol Citizen Militia, is the police force you and him are part of. A self-organized peace corps.
Just to be clear, we are police officers. It's our job to... You mean like a brief? There's no risk 3 days ago, during that time. Okay then. No, it's not a particular... The deceased is a security guard for a corporation involved in a labor dispute. It doesn't... Then you are in luck, because we are in the midst of a major strike.
Is this a strike then?
I expect the case it's strike, coup, revolution. It's brigandage, however you parse it.
You feel something rising through you. Wow. A familiar feeling. An opinion taking form.
When I said we have to navigate community matters, I did not...
From an imaginary fan.
Now, was there anything good?
No response. He's having trouble processing it.
Have you tried concentrating on something else?
There is a sudden, harsh edge to his voice, like he's tired of hearing.
Fine. We should get through this day first. Off hours begin at 9 p.m. If you're still having trouble then, I can give you an orientation.
넘었어.
Fine. We should get through this day first. Off hours begin at 9 p.m. Not a fan.
The RCM deploys a...
Try work. The case at hand. Really? You look fine to me. This psychodrama is... And
clearly, he prefers to think you're malingering.
Then you should consider seeking medical attention. You can use the radio in my kinema to call your station's lazaret. Me? I don't see how my life is pertinent to the investigation. That's a fair point. All right, for the good of the investigation. What? This? It's just seasonal clothing. Where is this going? Interesting. I think it's called brain.
It's no mere brain.
Anyway. I do not have a thing with revolutionary... Okay, I wanted to become an aerostatic pilot. Then I turned 10 and realized absolutely nothing.
The revolutionary must have added a little luster to it. For a 10-year-old Kitsuragi. He will never admit it, though.
I've noticed. And, okay, the revolution employed a more forward-looking H-rotor design. I say this from a purely tactical standpoint, of course. Good. That's because I'm half Seolite, or quarter. My father's father was from Seoul. So was my grandmother, but from my mother's side. It's a part of the world, officer. A geopolitical entity.
Seoul is a protectionist, isolationist, pan-Isolari state west of the Insulindian Isola. Actually, it's quite
I can see you're disappointed. You are right to be. I don't speak a word of Seolite.
A point of pride to him.
That's correct.
You feel a slight urge to put the lieutenant down for this. But you can't quite muster enough testosterone.
Are they? They are mostly just cumbersome. No.
Your brain sends the signal to your lips, but they refuse the order. It's like you're locked down.
Something the matter, detective?
What's going on? It's like you're a puppet in his hands. The lieutenant relaxes his eyebrow, and you seem to regain control of yourself.
What do you mean? I have no idea.
The lieutenant's conceptualization skills
must be rudimentary. I can't say that it does.
The lieutenant produces his familiar mnemotechnique A6. We all have our different
Good. But excuse me? Detective, if I may be frank, you think that's good? Some new time? This is the police, please do. We wouldn't want
The lieutenant is pretty sure self-care is just... Hey. Psst. Psst. Hey, yes, you. Word on the street is you're ready to start building communism again. You've built it before. They've built it before. Hasn't really worked out yet, but neither has love. So, what about all that communism you've promised to build? Why don't you keep saying things like, down with the bourgeoisie, eat the rich, sodomize the landowners, impair all people who have more than 25 years in their pockets, literally murder all human beings. Oh yes, the mass of them, if everyone can see that. So tell me, do you have any questions before we fire up the big Oh yeah. Get the firing squads and the animal wagons ready. Too late to back out now. You can't make an omelette without...
마조쿠주의 사회경제학. 결론은 뭐가 날까?
Yes?
Look at you. It's because you're a failure. They sent you to Slight, Precinct 57. Just think about it for a second. You're a raging alcoholic who's
considered it. I don't think I can say one way. I checked the records. This jurisdiction dispute, who polices Martinez, reaches back to the 30s. It says always my state. I am the finest of nothing. Safe? No. But so no, I don't think they sent you as a joke. And even, excuse me, you have a distinctive way. I hope you don't take this the wrong way. They say it's a scene clearing technique.
Yes, but containers contain.
I don't know. Containers contain, I guess.
집에 가야 되는 거 아니냐?
The theme on that pinball machine is a standard royalist theme, clinging to a picture book version of the past. The sentiment.
이걸도 잠가 버린다고? 나 못 자 그러면? 거기서 저걸 해버려서 그런가? 꼬였나?
Yes? Excuse me? Frankly, Detective, you're in a deranged state. I can't let you proceed without close supervision. Some you time? This is a police investigation. It's important.
The lieutenant is pretty sure style it.
이 들고 있잖아. 뭔가 정도에서 시간을
A colorful piece on the counter rolled out of his The Man Does Not Mind.
You've just picked up some magnesium. This item is stored in the box.
It's a dock worker's ID, doubling as a shift card and a job permit. A young, able-bodied man stares back. Your fingers find their way into the shackle. The man emits a loud snort. No, he's looking the other way. You slip the plastic ID card. You find a black paper note with a woman's profile on it. Seems like this woman lived sick. Yum, yum. Money. The sleeping dock worker has little to say about your actions. There is only one way to wake.
Why the yelling man?
Looks like a sound descendant. A lot of sound.
Wait, what? No, it was just. That's the name of my plot. How's it going? Haven't you noticed what's going on outside? Good. Then you understand the third one. Thank God, no.
The worker stares.
I don't know what you're talking about. Thank God, no.
The worker.
I don't know what you're. Thank God, no.
The worker stares at you.
I don't know what you. Yeah, what about it? You know, people die here every day. If someone has decided to die on top of, I can tell you this. You heard what I said. Draw your own conclusion.
The lieutenant gives you a little nod. So Union people think he was a killer, he thinks. Even sleepy hair. This doesn't help a lot.
They got it. Majorette's got it. We are. Okay. I guess there's also Everard. He's in charge. Indeed. Help me.
The dock worker doesn't answer. That sugary black rum stain on the counter makes you teary-eyed with joy. It's Attaboy. It's coming back to him. You had your mesolimbic reward path. Forget about the bar. Or don't forget about it. Calmly, the lieutenant looks out of the window. Then,
what are you doing? We should move.
You could definitely go for some more.
Can I help you? Thanks. I hope you found when you were look how strange. I certainly didn't put them there. The trash collection service, CS Municipal. I don't see.
Ah, the elusive CS Municipal. I doubt we'll be able to. Thank you anyway.
Sylvie had the keys before I got here, and I can vouch. I think fugue states are more your forte. Yes.
Yes? Yes?
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out tool. As you tap on the gate,
No, that's enough fun.
아니 새벽이 됐는디 어디 가서 뭘 하라고.
Fuck does Kuno care? You found Kuno's secret door to Kuno's secret shack. Shit. Get the... We can't do... Pigs can't displace. How did you like it in there, pig old boy? Oh, that. Kuno decapitates pigs.
What?
What is this shit? Fucking on yourself. This is weird level shit. Kuno doesn't go there.
Fuck your shit back to normal.
well played. No one saw that.
That's where Kuno gets his daily hit of electric.
Bet you'd like to ride the lightning too, wouldn't you? You feel tired and old, but you could.
It's a vitamin, pig. Don't you know anything?
You could use some.
실패했다고?
Yeah, it's the Mac. You fucking need that shit to stay on top of your game.
Don't teach him, Kuno. He's gonna use it against you, Kuno.
You're not getting this, pig. It completely takes away the hang.
Fuck you, pig. Don't do mag. You're gonna OD and you're gonna...
Of course you fucking can. How do you think Kuno made all the Ducky boys his gimps? Just gotta fly. Not everyone can fly like Kuno. You're old. You'll never make...
Moose piss is probably alcohol. That's all there is to it then. Don't be a pansy. Just...
Good call, Pigmeister. Don't come and talk to Kuno about his kingdom.
What's going on? Like you don't have enough on your plate. You feel a sudden surge of self-pity.
Trying to fuck at the...
Kuno gonna fuck...
Normal is not what we got here. You've got to work with what you have for now.
The fuck do you want with it? Good call, Pigmeister. Don't come and talk to Kuno about his kingdom.
인간에.
Kuno doesn't... Fuck does Kuno care?
하나밖에 못 올리는데.
Kuno doesn't fuck...
Hear that? Magnesium. That's what you're lacking. Yes, and it's critical. Look at yourself. Maggot sideways. What are you talking about? Yes, if you want to live, you need to evolve.
I'll die before I squeal, pig. Stay away. I'll die before I squeal, pig. Murder? I'll die before I... You don't want to fuck.
You can still see the top of it.
I'll die before I... What's this?
Get the fuck out of it.
So it's a girl. Interesting. The man is decom. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
If you think so, officer, I need a little help for carrying him to the holding pen of my kinema.
There go those beautiful enamel boots. Oh well, in another lifetime.
It's too late to take him into processing today. I'll take him first thing tomorrow.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
Yes?
터졌구만. 그럼 얘는 어떻게 보내는데? 김씨 어떻게 하면 집에 갑니까?
Yes.
It's not often that. What can I do for you?
His courtesy is not insincere, but
I haven't had any problems myself.
Who are you?
All kinds of people come through it. As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from. It keeps me.
He's well composed, but underneath it you sense psychedelic processes bubbling. Some kind of drug, maybe.
Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question. I promptly sold her the gun you pawned a couple days.
This is a pawn shop, and it did feel the lieutenant shifts from one foot to another.
You were adamant about getting rid of it, officer. Said you were up, and I don't like keeping guns around the shop for long. Off the charts boat on a mission. She didn't seem like a policeman. Or truth be told.
Right, so let me get this right. You sold your sidearm, issued by the citizens' militia, and now a civilian is running around the streets of Martinez with it? In that case, she'll be happy to get a visit from us, if we can find her.
My apologies, officer, but I have no idea where.
A needle in a haystack.
Of course. Let me have a look. Anything else you're thinking of selling?
정이 옆에 정의선수만 팔면 무슨 일이 생길까? 응?
I'm not purchasing any more clothing at the moment. Oh, no. A photic path? Counter-radiance network?
You have absolutely no idea what a photic...
Another time, perhaps. I doubt it. I do my best to keep my...
He doesn't know anything.
Can't say I'm a huge admirer of wild pines. What should I have for it? No, just people like he's been by the shop a couple.
There was something awfully deliberate about that laziness.
He tried. Wanted to come to some mutually benefit.
So you don't know what kind of arrangements he was talking about?
As I said, I refute they weren't the most pleasant interact, but I bowed out at some point. He purchased a remarkably garish paperweight.
He nods reluctantly. The pawnbroker's gaze is...
Sure thing. Sure, man.
A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted...
It was brought to me to be...
We are not here to investigate the theft of city property. You have to admit it's rather clever. What is...
700 real. A bargain, I dare say. There's also the matter of rewiring. But the most important transformation is the light's placement among...
Wow, a very large red t-shirt with... Oh yeah, the print depicts a muscled man with antlers on the hood of the man's cloak and smells like worn cotton with a side...
Sniffing is okay. But please don't try anything on.
It's the man from Helm.
Walking away from his burning village. Yeah, the man from Yelmdale is the hero of a series of popular... In fact, most people don't think that man...
Helmdale isn't a real place.
Neither is the man a real man, of course.
Wow, what?
I mean, even if the man from Yelmdale didn't exist before the...
Okay.
You sound skeptical. It's besides... I've been to Kotla, though not quite as far north as the...
It's for the best. His theory isn't exactly incoherent.
I doubt the real man from Helmdale, but yes, the book 2 real.
That's dirt cheap.
But why? I sympathize, I do, but this is a for-profit enterprise.
원이 마이너스.
A couple of indicators like this panel used to pull the lever. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. The spring brings the lever back to its original position. Wasn't there a sign of... This coin-operated wide place a tourist attraction.
There was a revitalization project in 39. They got as far as the street lamps and the statue. That's odd. I could swear you were a police officer. There was a They got as far. We should have done something about the union.
This coin-operated viewer is facing south. The metal feels cold and wet.
Probably some kids.
A simple but a thick layer of graffito covered. That's Kuno on the lens. Under the graffito, a sea of blues, and you know this to be the star of Perikinesis. Around the large wooden...
못 들어가고. 이거 진행해 주면. 이야. 꼬인 거 아닌가?
This is a wall on the side of an apartment building. Just an ordinary wall. Nothing. You have no clue. So many.
Are you trying to sneak?
Apparently, she doesn't like logic error. She's not sleeping right now.
Pig's come to take me out. Trying to snuff me out. And why are you sneaking up on me like? Trying to sneak up.
There must be another way into the building.
의심스럽긴 한데. 아파트? 진짜?
A striking woman leans against the cabin.
Good evening, officers. Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines. Peyton, my maiden name. I meant you, the Revachol Citizens Militia, the police. Nothing, honestly. I've said it to every drunk in town, and you're the first one.
Relax. She meant it in jest.
I'm glad to see you here.
Like steel. There is strength there.
I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything?
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague...
He's trying to signal it happens quicker than a shooting star.
How interesting. I wish you were swift reply. Yes, I am. Of course there are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to? Yes, we are. We are on Le Caillou.
Technically, the neighboring Ozo and Fas Alamer island groups are archipelagos, while La Caillou, by contrast, is...
Okay, if you want to get technical, the point is we're all on islands here, and sail is still the most expedient way to get from one island to another. Especially, I haven't seen anyone else drive a suit.
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued. It's for crossing long distances in a great...
Neither is this. A toy, I mean. It's a machine for crossing long distances in the Bay of Revachol.
You need to make this lady admit she's only riding around. Before you do, it will be pertinent to ask other questions. Gather...
Oh my, the E word. You mean to say that it's a symbol of conspicuous consumption? That...
Detective, may I remind you that Mrs. Messier is a professional negotiator.
Then what does that say? Does it say 33A? This old proletarian haunt here?
She takes a sip.
Okay. Of course.
Nothing happens for quite a while.
As they do.
The thoughts happen inside his brain.
It doesn't.
My, it's as if there's a tiny...
Except he isn't.
Of course. Lieutenant, I truly don't understand.
I told you his methods are unconventional.
Your marbles on glass, dear. Don't worry. It was quite a while ago, but I think, officer, I assure you...
The crowns of her teeth upholds her nonchalance might be related to something called the Wayfarer Act, a law that says she...
The boat? No. It is called... It's a pleasure craft. A 19-pacer. It also happens to be rated for Category 1. My sloop, I like it a lot.
I'm enjoying this part indeed.
Good.
is what you want to say, but it isn't that easy. Look at that lady. Take a gan, why yes, tucked away under that while dull orange pearls hang. These are the kind eyes of the rich man that within reason. Now look at you. You misery-clad you're poor. Poor as bulls. You can't ask this person for money. You're too...
Ooh.
You think your little communism...
As I was saying, if there's any way I may be of assistance, please don't hesitate to ask. That's the man who was killed. I'm better not tie the forestay to the backstay on this. I hope there is something else I can help you with. What we do. I'm afraid I don't...
There was a touch of discomfort there. She wanted...
The Pines' core competency is logistics. Containers, and that is the terminal. Another subdivision.
The Wild Pines Group is one of the original Revachot Saint-Baptiste, Elliouin, an unknown...
Why, thank you. I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year the company booked more than 20 billion real in revenue. 20 billion is a large number, but the conglomerate employs 72,000. A conglomerate the size of the Wild Pines, they started as an exploration and cargo fleet conducting trade between the Samoan and Insular India. Centuries of care, deliberation, and madness have gone into this endeavour. Vessels pass through the great unrest to re-emerge with apricots in tow. The logic of the system is totalising. It's taken everything from its employees to build it. You know more than you let on. Certainly it helped, but most of the original you mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's... We built this district.
We. There it is. She owned...
All the best parts of it. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, with its bastions, before Martinez was swallowed by the industrial harbour, even before it was part of Revachol, long before a company getaway, for a weekend or a summer holiday. Then came the revolution. But that's another matter. Everything. Right up to, but not including, first, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade in Aliments. That gives me the right to silence. Why? By throwing off half a century of foreign domination under the coalition.
You'd be shooting yourself in the foot.
But I am derailing us. I believe the official title is Senior Labour Negotiator.
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The union...
Wait, she just admitted that the lynching and the strike...
Now they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a 2-metre-20 racist behemoth. What can I say? The union employs a giant covered in tattoos. A racist... Yes, I believe there is a connection. But that's a subject for later. Let's say I was not making the kind...
And when did you...
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February.
But the strike began in December.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr.
This isn't the first time the union has gone on strike.
Heavens, no.
시체를 보내면 안 되는 거였는데.
Ludicrous evil. It's meant.
The scabs? You mean the huddle?
Don't let her answer it herself.
If these strike breakers were organised by Wildpine...
It's implied. She's open to discussing this matter with you.
Mr. Clare told him to fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stat. Keep in mind, this is a negotiator. Miss, there are leaflets everywhere.
Most of the workers probably don't know what that means.
Ooh.
Then you might also like their other slogan, demand democracy. Personally, I don't think it has the same pizzazzo as it's quite simple, you see. Every time the Wild Pines Group makes a decision about, just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines.
An opening gambit, surely.
So I hoped. But this type of opening is usually followed by a more reasonable offer. And now, people are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the whirling in rags.
Excuse me, from whom did you hear?
I first heard it from the boyer at the gates, the one whose very name...
This checks out.
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you...
She's being sarcastic. Don't take her performance literally.
Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo.
If you were to prick him with something sharp, you could see it oozing out. A knife, maybe? No, a rapier.
Oh, heavens, no. We get along just fine. He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen. And yes, Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly. It's how they circumvent the term limit. The Débardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have organised labour at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter.
A mob. The Débardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, I suspect we'll be forced to cooperate with them.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened Everard and your opinion, detective, if I may ask. I'm a curious and talkative person, Why do you think so?
What she calls corruption is simply an aesthetic category.
Point taken. But enough about Everard. What else can I do for you? I'm glad you asked. There was a woman.
Disappear?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections.
This forewoman, her name?
Sadly, the company records do not even give a name. She's just forewoman in private correspondence. Holly. Indeed. The company suspects foul play. The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things...
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
Of course. How else can I help? Quite a few things. The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets.
Of course, ma'am. And this is my colleague from Precinct 41. I'm afraid he doesn't have...
How curious. Why is that, detective? I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode? Oh dear.
She must have been suspecting something for...
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional.
Of course, I sympathize. But I'm afraid I simply can't
She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement. Feelings will guide the way.
I assure you, it is no small matter for me either. We all share the responsibility for disarming this situation. I hope it...
She's silent. The wind flaps the sail above her.
Officer. You know, I don't mean to sound cold, but if you...
You're doing it, despite your own...
I'll be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to... The Union is conducting drug trade out of the harbour. It's an open secret in Martinique. Or you can find your bag.
Detective, a word in private.
It's clear you like the hard stuff, Brota. Evening falls. The vows are blurred and lower intestine. Fascism, Brota. Many things, but it's mostly about trusting your gut. Who does your gut tell you is the source of Revachol's problem? Yes, them Wermen.
Wow.
Wermen, men of war. You don't like them. They're insane. That's what fascism boils down to. This? No, it can't be.
Did you know you can forget thoughts? Go to your thought cabinet and forget all about fominism.
You're going to keep your views, right? There's a slow pain. It is one of betrayal.
공산주의자가 더 큰데 파시스트가 사라고.
You're back. Good. Matter of fact, I don't. I have a medical condition of my own. Thank you. I do what I can to remain presentable. It's quite straight.
Ingredients for
Meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL, and various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, it might be quicker to say what you can't. Yes. After they clear.
wild pines.
We're in logistics. It's our business to know. Yes, but you won't get anything.
The handoff. The motor lorries at the roundabout.
Precisely. Someone needs. Perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just.
Her irises are like green. Like
I'll be explicit. If you.
uncovering union secrets could also give you an upper hand when dealing with them.
The two might.
Or not. Oh,
As eager as I am to share it, Lieutenant, how do you think they're financing this strike? There are thousands of
there was a shakedown of local businesses preceding the strike. Many were squeezed to them.
With all due respect to these desert. Precisely. Smuggled? No. We asked East Motor Track to raise the. This is a limit. Thousands?
Well, at least this.
What is that?
Why I had to call East Motor Track and beg them to open up.
I am sorry for the inconvenience, Lieutenant. We did.
We know the company has launched its own probe into the Union Salad.
Well, yes? Excellent. It may come. In the meantime, let me know if there's any other way I may be of assistance.
Voila, you're doing it.
Of course.
She's surprisingly nonchalant about this.
Wow.
Could it be that she somehow knows more about the predicament than she's letting on?
Come now. Nobody carries that, and even if I did, I still would not.
Her tone makes clear that you violated some kind of rich person taboo. Wouldn't be the first time.
It is. Fast and sight. I like high fidelity anything. That's a reasonable sum. Not too small.
She removes a few notes in hand. There must be about 200 real. That's a bag. Maybe a little less. Plus some change at the bottom.
So, I hope I didn't just bribe you, officer. It may not be technically illegal under the Emergency Act, but still.
You're right, ma'am, that donations are permitted under the Emergency Act, unseemly as it may be, as long as they are properly loaded.
Which he most certainly will do. Of course, Detective.
A sturdy metal door guards the southwest entrance. The door rattles against your knuckle. The door rattles.
Stop banging on the door! I'm not living anymore. The police? Everyone knows? No. I already told you. Go check the backyard door.
Backyard door. There must be another entrance to the east.
Madame, I assure you, we are real police officers.
There is no reply.
There must be another way into the building.
어떻게 들어가더라?
This is not going quite as I hoped it would. Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and not volunteer us to be her henchmen. This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced bag.
Maybe this is all her plan. She might have heard about you.
I wouldn't go that far. Her reaction did come off as sincere to me. I think she's just quick to adapt. She's a professional. Yes?
뭘 하면 되더라?
When I'm talking to you.
A sturdy metal door guards the southwest.
Madame,
There is no reply.
무서워 보면 어딘가로 들어갈 길이 있구나.
Just an ordinary wall.
남서쪽에 뭐가 있다고 했는데 오늘 잠을 안 자. 그리고 하루 일과가 안 끝나잖아, 씨발 이거. 어떡해. 동맹마트에 가면 뭐 되던가 이 시간에.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and...
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? It will take just a moment, officer.
Her voice is...
Gottlieb.
He's carelessly...
이 시간에도 일하고 있다고?
Oh, it's you. With all the damage you've been dealing yourself with drugs and alcohol, I'm not surprised. What else? I'm not a brain doctor. Look on the bright side, you've got a whole new life now.
It's hard to say if he doesn't believe you or doesn't care.
Firewalker? Oh, do exactly that.
It would be an artistic self-immolation has been all the rage in Lomangpang. Young religious people protesting on the Seraise government, which they consider to be, they already are. Anyway, answer the man.
Sounds more like a newspaper headline that will surprise absolutely no one. Now, do you have any current, pressing medical problems? And you survived it. Even better. Anything else? Look, pal, getting pumped and dumped is not a disease. People live through it all the time. You should be happy for it.
액센트가 다 나오네요, 진짜.
That's what the guys say, officer. That some chick pumped you and then dumped you, threw you away like an empty juice carton. You must have me confused for a close personal friend. I am not. I am a medical professional with a constant idiot emergency on my hands.
You hear someone whine in the background. My eye, Doc, my eye.
What? You want me to do blood work for you again? Tell you just how bad things really are? You want the real, honest-to-God truth? Stop drinking? And no, I don't want to hear.
It's not fucking cryoacrylate.
Cyanoacrylate is superglue.
Anything else I can help you with, officer? Sure, officer. What's the number? And the... Got it. I'll contact the ICP database immediately. Call back tomorrow. Hopefully they'll have dug up something useful by...
The International Collaboration Police, ICP, is an inter-Isolari law enforcement service. The crown jewel in the...
No. And I doubt they'll get back to me before tomorrow morning. 57.
In the cabin, you see.
하루 뒤에고. 알코니?
Can I help you? Yes. Have you got it? Does that arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me?
I understand your predicament as the manager. I feel I must remind you that we are here to conduct...
Forgive me for saying this, but I mean no offense. It's really nothing personal. I just have to protect the interest. Good luck trying to use it.
Draconian measures.
All the locks have an electronic component. Not until you bring me the money.
Okay. I might have something in my motor carriage.
Oh, Lieutenant. We're done here. Yes. Have you got it? For the drinks, 30 real. Well? Great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered. If you continue to stay here, the electronic lock to your room has been disabled till 9. Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20 real per night.
I'll take a room here too.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RC.
This is the door to...
Just a moment. You had some questions, or...
The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment.
Where shall we begin? We should talk about the investigation, first and foremost. But I also remember you wanting to discuss the RCM? They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Ravachol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of years, although indirectly, as officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed fine. We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, you can't. Those who don't show up become fugitives, though, and have fewer legal rights when they are eventual. As you may have gathered from the fact that we are expected to carry a record of our kills to run the watermarks, we are permitted to do whatever force is necessary, and strongly admonish not to abuse that power. We don't convict. We arrest and send them to coalition guard. You have to supply compelling evidence for why it was necessary to... Not a good position to be in, by the way. Internal Affairs handles these cases for the coalition government, and the more internal. The RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone after the revolution. Or perhaps it is better to say we were alone to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Ravachol, or it's probably more honest as. Either way.
Or if they think...
I have a cigarette every night when I go over my...
Oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
You mean this? This isn't cool.
Yet, when it's cool.
I apologize, but I only brought one with me. Yes. It's been a... We performed a thorough and then you shot the body down, which was quite a shock. I admit I wasn't sure whether I should. I still feel it. Now, as for interviews, my list of people to talk to. I'm glad we can agree on that. We weren't able to find the union leader. We tried to interview the White House rep, but I have a feeling Joyce knows how dangerous the situation is.
If Kim is emphasizing something this much,
above all, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? We run a lot. Is that a standard prison 41 practice? It's impressive, especially for a man your age. Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange. The Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. Okay. They're a union of center-left and center-right parties across the real belt. Our coalition, what do they believe in? They are the Lorraines. They believe they continue the humanist project set forth.
Those others say.
Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not.
Something kind and something only. Something like the dark blue.
A historic figure? The author of the modern age? You will have to look elsewhere for the moral intern or a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts until they change. Do you? No. We are stooges of the world's biggest bourgeois organization, protecting people of Ravachol. That's the hand we were dealt. Without the MI, we would become vigilant, spoken like a revolutionary, not a cop. But hypothetical aside, in Martinez we already are vigilantes. At least the union thinks so.
The dying lights of the
They really don't like us here. It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs. We run this city. West of the river is RCM. It's incredibly hard. Me too. But I wouldn't count on any drastic change.
He is very tired. But the dark circle...
Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
이렇게 한 다음에 가서 하면 되는 거였니? 그렇군. 여러 가지 해볼 수 있겠군.
The bed is cold and not bed. The sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath, and then sleep And then sleep doesn't come. Obviously, maybe it's the bed's fault. It's a little better. Colors, scenes, and half your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you until your eyelid.
Do you remember the scent of your childhood? You're not kidding anyone, Harry. You don't. Do you remember your wife's hand on your face? Oh no, Funky baby, you stay. It was the rest of it that tell me. Where are your friends? Human being, they were only you failed, Elysium. Everything. The pale and the useless. On the surface. The outer magnet. You really dropped the ball, Harry. 4.6 everything. No, Harry. You were just talking to yourself. You'll be back in those stinky boy. You're not coming back from shit. You're trying to what? I can't hear you.
So something is wrong. Oh yes, party boy. And it's worse the time to go to work in the shit factory.
Good going, buddy. Yes, wait till you see the one with it. You don't know? You don't know? You mean, why are you so tired? It's just that your heart has finally pumped all the speed. You're too weak to say no now. Speed is a potent central nervous system stimulant. It gets you its power, man. Of course, Martinez is speed central. You and Speed will be happy again.
그렇구나. 황자네.
The mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's barely covered in steam anymore. It's your face in the mirror.
자, 여기까지 하지요. 네, 맞죠. 이게 사실은 그거를 내가 읽는 모습을 보여줘야지 사람들이 재밌잖아요. 연기하는 거 보여주는 거지. 그냥 루트 짜서 가야 될까요? 루트 짜서. 이번엔 어떤 루트로 가겠다 뭐 해서 이제 누구 만나고 하는 식으로 이게 스토리가 쫙 짜여지는 걸로 해야 재밌겠죠? 자, 아무튼 일단 꺼놓습니다. 아, 아니다. 꺼놓지는 말고